Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. Protests are taking place in Minneapolis following the fatal shooting of a woman by an ICE agent. J.D. Vance says it was a tragedy of her own making. The British Deputy Prime Minister David Lammy is set to meet his US counterpart J.D. Vance after British armed forces helped seize a Venezuelan-linked oil tanker in the North Atlantic. And piling on the pounds 4 times faster, slimmers coming off weight loss injections could gain it all back quicker than conventional dieters. Protests are taking place in Minneapolis following the fatal shooting of a woman by an ICE agent. Multiple videos show agents approaching 37-year-old Renee Nicole Good's car as she appears to drive off. 2 gunshots can be heard. The U.S. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem said Good was stalking and impeding officers and tried to weaponize her vehicle. The Minneapolis City Council says she was simply caring for her neighbors. The city's mayor has urged ICE agents to leave. Take a listen.
There's little I can say, again, that'll make this situation better, but I do have a message for our community, for our city, and I have a message for ICE. We do not want you here. Your stated reason for being in this city is to create some kind of safety, and you are doing exactly the opposite. People are being hurt. Families are being ripped apart. Long-term Minneapolis residents that have contributed so greatly to our city, to our culture, to our economy are being terrorized, and now somebody is dead. That's on you. And it's also on you to leave.
For more on this, I'm joined from Washington by J.J. Green, national security correspondent at WTOP News and author of The Noise War. J.J., great to have you on the show. So we just heard there from the Minneapolis mayor. Is his angry response following the deadly shooting of Renee Nicole Good by ICE agents stoking further anger and fear in the community?
Well, thank you, Leigh Ann, for having me. There's already an extraordinarily high amount of anger and fear in the community. I think what the mayor was doing was reflecting what already exists. And in the 24 hours or close to it since this took place, nothing essentially has changed. The amount of anger, the amount of fear, the real concern for a lot of people is the unknown. It's continuing to grow. And that is something that we don't expect to change in the near term. If you look back at what took place after the George Floyd murder, things only got worse as the days passed. And there are a lot of people that I've spoken to in Minneapolis, and they are fearing that that same kind of crescendo, that same kind of drumbeat, the rise of anger and fear is going to continue.
And this shooting was taking place just blocks away from where George Floyd did die, which was something else that was pointed out. But right now in Minneapolis, vigils and protests are being held following yesterday's incident. But there are conflicting accounts about what actually happened. Donald Trump says the killing was in self-defense. How has that message been received by the American people, JJ?
Well, that's exactly what the issue is here, Leigh Ann, today. It's messaging. It's information. Is it true? Is it real? Can people believe it? Can people believe what they've seen with their own eyes? Most people in the country, I would say, many people have seen the video of what took place, and it did not look as though she was targeting the ICE officer. It looked as though she was sitting there in the street. The officer approached the car. She tried to get away. Shots were fired. She ended up dead. So, people are trying to reconcile what they saw and what they believe with what they're hearing. And it's simply not adding up at this point, based on the people I've spoken to.
And days before the shooting of Renee Nicole Good, thousands of ICE agents were deployed to Minneapolis. And I think a lot of analysts and a lot of questions have been asked today. Do ICE agents have the right training, especially when it comes to de-escalation?
Well, ICE agents, to my understanding, to my knowledge, they may use deadly force, but only as a last resort. And having covered ICE, DHS, Homeland Security, and National Security for years, I can tell you that is a long-standing doctrine. You only use that deadly force only if there's no way out. For instance, if your back's against the wall and a vehicle's coming at you, use deadly force to save yourself and others around you. But the key thing here that I'm hearing from a lot of law enforcement, and it's pretty obvious common sense, the officer could have stepped out of the way. And this is the thing that I think most folks are looking at right now. Deadly force was used, but it didn't necessarily need to be used in that case. And that's really the argument of those who are criticizing and concerned and angry and fearful today in Minneapolis.
Yeah, like you said, it's the unknown that is making people really scared and really angry. But why is ICE in Minneapolis?
For the most part, what we think is it's a part of the Trump administration's plan. Their idea is to go to Minneapolis, to go to Chicago, to go to Los Angeles, to go to places that they believe are problems in terms of immigration, problems in terms of, shall we say, high crime. And you know, they've been here in D.C. And I can tell you for sure, again, the narrative that they were putting out there didn't add up when you look at what took place on the streets. There was crime in Washington. There's always been crime in Washington, but it was nowhere near like what they were saying it was. So the pretext to send National Guard here was that there was crime. In Minneapolis, it supposedly has to do with immigration and scams that are driven by the immigrant community, which has been proven not to be true. So it looks as though it's a political tool. It looks as though it's something that may be focused on popularity amongst those who side and support the president and the president's plan and his ideas. But that's the best that I can come up with based on my reporting and all the people I've spoken to. That's the reason they've been sent to Minneapolis and other places.
JJ, you are in Washington, D.C. right now. You're in the United States. What's the atmosphere like following the shooting? Do you feel like it's tense? What are people saying?
Yeah, it's absolutely tense. And one of the real problems that we have again here, Leigh Ann, is information. You know, telling the truth is really important when it comes to critical situations like this. You know, the situation a few days ago with Venezuela and Nicolas Maduro, the situation yesterday with Greenland. You know, a friend of mine asked me not too long ago, where are you headed next? Because usually I am in conflict zones or en route to one all the time. And I said to that person, this is the conflict zone right now, here, the U.S. and in Washington, in part because of many of these things that have been taking place. People are nervous, people are angry, people are fearful, and people are just uncertain about so many things as it relates to the United States and its allies. Is it still going to continue to be an ally to NATO, to the EU? Why is the U.S. in this situation involving the oil extraction from Venezuela when supposedly the whole mission there was about drug interdiction? And that, too, there's a big question mark about that, too. So there is an awful lot of uncertainty here in Washington.
JJ Green, yes, a lot of unanswered questions right now, but thank you so much for your time and for joining me.
Pleasure, Leigh Ann. Thank you.
To talk more about this, I'm joined by former Trump state campaign chair, Rob Artlett. Rob, it's great to have you on the show. I don't know if you heard what my guest was just saying to me about the atmosphere right now in the US, that he feels that the war is almost on the streets there, and that's how people are feeling. They don't feel like they've been told the truth by those in power. What do you make of what he told me?
Yes, it was always a pleasure and an honor to be with you and your audiences. Thank you for the opportunity. Yes, I was certainly listening with JJ very intently and very thoroughly. And I was somewhat agreeing with many things that he said until he said that there was no evidence of any fraud. And then I think that is very responsible of him to make such a claim, because it is just the opposite, I would just say. But let's stay focused on what we're talking about here. And that is that there was a car with a female driver in it blocking the road. The question becomes, why was she there? What was she doing? And at the end of the day, you had a law enforcement officer approach the car because she was impeding them from doing their job. And they were likely going to arrest her for doing such a thing, because that in itself is a criminal act. And once she drove away, and there was another officer in the left front of the car, not the officer that approached her at the driver's door, but there was another officer that ultimately felt that his life was at risk. And when she decided it was her choice to drive that car no longer became a car, but it became a lethal weapon. You have to understand what her actions caused. Why did she do that? Why didn't she just comply with the officers, the law enforcement? Again, they are law enforcement. What are they doing there? Well, they are there to enforce the law. She broke the law by blocking the road. She further created a criminal act by driving away and using that car as perceived by the officer as a deadly weapon. He has every discretion. He is there on site. They have full training. These are law enforcement officers. These are not security guards. These are law enforcement officers who have full training. And what they did, apparently, based on the video evidence, multiple angles, not just the one that we've seen on your show, but there is another one from the front that you can see that other officer about to get ran over, he believed, therefore he shot. So at the end of the day, let's talk about the full context of the story, not just the act of one shooting another person. Why was she there? Why was she criminally wrong for not getting out of the car, complying with the officer? And then thirdly, why did she drive away and all of a sudden use that car as a deadly weapon, perceived to be used as a deadly weapon?
Rob, many people are saying, and they've watched the same video as you, and I want to put this argument to you, that the agent positioned himself in front of the car. This is something not normally recommended for law enforcement to do. And we do know that there has been unrest with ICE agents in Minneapolis. It's continuing today. But a lot of people will be watching this video and almost seeing shots fired at point-blank range at somebody's face in a car. Does this indicate a lack of training, a lack of de-escalation?
Well, that will be of a public opinion as well as a legal opinion at some point in time. But what we do know is what we can see. And I would also say this, and if we want to talk about de-escalation, let's talk about the mayor of Minneapolis. Let's talk about the governor of Minnesota. I can speak firmly on this because I am a formally elected official. I am a community leader. And what they do is absolutely irresponsible when they make the claim that ICE, i.e. law enforcement agents, need to leave their town and that they're not welcome. I want you to think about that statement from elected officials that are there on site and within the state. That, in my opinion, as a formally elected official, is completely irresponsible of any elected official. they need to understand the importance of law enforcement, and they should be supporting law enforcement. Why are they not questioning all those agitators, all those people that were there to do what? Well, they were there for one purpose. That was to ensure that ICE did not do their job. That in itself is a crime. And so they can protest all they want, but when they impede ICE agents or any law enforcement agent from doing their job, that is a criminal act. And I would encourage the elected officials to understand what their role is. When they took that oath, to uphold the Constitution, and therefore, by those comments alone, they're not doing just that. They are not. And I think they themselves are fully responsible for further agitation and further concern within their own communities based on their own comments.
And Rob, as an elected official, what would you do right now to try to de-escalate things? Because like you said to me, the Minneapolis mayor is almost escalating and flaming the tensions, according to you. What would have you done differently?
Well, first off, you're exactly right. As an former elected official, and also somebody who's ran for the U.S. Senate here in Delaware, I would just say this. They have a role and responsibility to de-escalate. And how I would have handled it is very simple. That is, you do not impede law enforcement. That's number one. Number two, allow for the facts to play out, and the court will determine the truth of what actually happened. And that's what you need to do. We support our law enforcement. They are there to enforce the law, and we need to allow the process to play out. So they need to understand their role in de-escalating and not flaming the flames. And I think that's very irresponsible of this mayor as well as their governor, and anybody, I would say any elected official who is not supportive of that of law enforcement is very irresponsible in their comments, in my opinion.
And Rob, what sort of backlash will there be politically? Because it seems to me, to speaking to both you and JJ, this is going to set Democratic states against the White House. We're already seeing that split between Republicans and Democrats ahead of the midterms. But to me, this feels like a real flashpoint of difference.
I think potentially, but fortunately there is video evidence. Again, I would just say many people believe what their eyes say and not what a mayor may say or what a governor may say or even some political person might say or even some media person might say, because our eyes don't lie. And I would just say this, for Governor Walz and the mayor and many within the Somali community, and I'm not saying that they are supportive of any murder, but this is, I would say, a very good deflection for them, because let's not take away what really is going the bigger picture. It is sad that somebody just lost their life. The court case will carry out the evidence to determine who is at fault ultimately. And so I respect that process. But the bigger picture here is this: massive, I'll say massive billions of dollars of fraud and abuse has been exposed in Minnesota. Mm-hmm. And I think you have to understand that. Mm-hmm. That is the bigger story here. That is why ICE is there, because there are many illegal, apparently some legal, some illegal people are there stealing from the American taxpayers, stealing. And so that is the bigger story. That's exactly why ICE is there. And that's exactly why those protesters were there, because they didn't like that. So at the end of the day, let's stay focused on the bigger picture. And that is massive amount of fraud and abuse by the taxpayers, by those that have all these daycares, that have all these home-based businesses, if you would. And that's a big problem. And the governor knows that. That's exactly why he chose not to seek a third term.
Rob Artlett, thank you so much for joining me. As always, good to have you on the show.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, the British Deputy Prime Minister, David Lammy, is set to meet his US counterpart, J.D. Vance, today. It comes as Downing Street confirmed the British Prime Minister spoke to Trump over the phone after the US seized an oil tanker in the North Atlantic with support from the British Armed Forces. We're now joined by defence and security analyst Tobias Alward. Tobias, good to have you on the show. So, what an extraordinary few days it's been for UK-US relations. And Trump and Starmer have finally held a phone call last night following that seizure of an oil tanker. What do you make of Britain supporting the US in this military operation that took place?
Well, good afternoon. Yes, it has been an incredible start to 2026. I mean, mind-boggling, jaw-dropping events taking place. And absolutely, there was a need for the British Prime Minister and the American President to catch up, not least on Venezuela, what is happening there, the attempts to annex Greenland, but then also operationally what happened in the Atlantic in moving after the shadow fleet of oil tankers. And in each case, I hope that we made progress. Firstly, on the oil tankers themselves, there is a shadow fleet developing, not just moving oil about, but also in the British English Channel, attempting to cut undersea cables here. So I'm pleased to see Britain and America working together. And that's perhaps something that Donald Trump should recognize, that staying within an alliance, the NATO alliance, is actually good for both America and indeed Europe. And that takes me then to Greenland as to what Donald Trump is trying to achieve there. That has shocked capital cities across Europe, that America would unilaterally want to take over this land, not so much from a security perspective, because it's already covered by the NATO alliance agreements, but simply because he's after the minerals there. That is very, very clear. And that's actually the same in Venezuela too. Not supporting the leader of the opposition there, who's won a Nobel Peace Prize, but actually the vice president, now president, in Venezuela. So staying with Maduro's regime as such. So it shows American departure from the global stage, becoming more isolated, more independent. And that is a concern to Europe, to Britain, and I think to global security.
And it's really interesting because a lot of people I speak to, Republicans, say this was all part of the plan when it came to Donald Trump. This was not a secret that this was what they were planning to do with that defense strategy they outlined. But I want to talk a little bit more about Starmer. So he's also set out his position on Greenland during that phone call, saying Greenland belongs to its people. But today on Fox News, the US Vice President J.D. Vance said Europe and Denmark have not done a good job in securing the area. So we spoke there about Donald Trump wanting to be an alliance and how important it could be, and maybe he should rethink that after that call with Starmer. But we've heard from J.D. Vance, and I mean, what does this mean for the state of the special relationship that both countries always boast about having?
There's no doubt that we've entered a very difficult time period with our closest American security ally. Donald Trump is taking America into a place which I can't imagine any previous American president post Second World War would be embarking on. Reagan, Eisenhower, anyone becoming so isolationist in this way. And what J.D. Vance is saying is simply wrong, because, as I mentioned, it's already covered by the NATO alliance, the security pact there. There is, over due course, going to be a greater security threat because the Arctic Circle is becoming more exposed. The ice is melting there. But then let's upgrade. Absolutely. Let's move defense assets to Greenland and do it as an alliance. You don't need to unilaterally take the land over in order to achieve that security objective. So J.D. Vance is making I think, a selfish nationalist case for what America is doing. I have fear that it won't stop there. 2026 is going to be the year of global change as America dials back from any interest or indeed responsibility or duty as custodians of our global order. And we move into this new era of spheres of influence. And for America, it's the Western sphere that concerns them. It won't just be Venezuela, it'll be other countries as well. So this is very dangerous indeed, because of course our adversaries will watch what's going on, and they'll see this as license to do exactly the same in their own arenas. And that takes you then to Ukraine. We begged Donald Trump to recognize that Putin isn't somebody to be trusted. He shouldn't be brought in from the cold. Moscow isn't somebody we can do business with, because they won't stop at Ukraine. They will go further. But Trump isn't listening. And that reflects, again, this gifting, if you like, of Europe or European security concerns to Europe itself, or indeed to Russia. America doesn't care anymore about what happens in Europe.
A lot of people would also say that NATO is about 80 years old, Tobias. It's outdated. And Donald Trump has criticised how much other European countries have put into defence spending. We know the US has propped up NATO for years. They've pumped so much money into it. Do you not think it's fair that Donald Trump says this needs a revamp after so long? And he also said that NATO and European leaders hold talks about talks. If we look at Ukraine, what has NATO really done to help out Ukraine?
Well, these are important questions. I mean, starting from the top there, more money is being put into Europe. There's no doubt about it, because the threat has changed, less so that because Donald Trump has demanded it. I should make it very clear that whenever America over the last 2 or 3 decades has requested European help in other theaters of war, we've not quibbled, we've not questioned, we've not hesitated, and in some cases we've perhaps done the wrong thing, Iraq, Afghanistan and so on, in supporting America. So we've never been held back by the fact that our defense spending has been less. The second point to make is that it's in America's interest for Europe to remain strong. If we are distracted by an assertive Russia, that means we're not there to help America in other theaters of war. And that's exactly why America remains engaged, or has done to date, in Europe, knowing that having a footprint here, having a strong European alliance, benefits America in the same way that Americans are very much engaged in Japan and South Korea and other places like that. They're not going to withdraw from those areas. It's the global footprint that America has always managed to achieve, and that's helped global stability. So this is, again, all points to a fundamental foreign policy change by America, which is very, very dangerous indeed.
Yes, it's dangerous. And Tobias, like you said, it doesn't appear to be stopping at all. But let's talk a little bit about David Lammy, because he's set to meet his US counterpart, J.D. Vance, today. And we've spoken about all the divisions over Ukraine, divisions over NATO, divisions over Greenland. Do you think we can expect anything to come from these talks? Because J.D. Vance always appears very America first.
He does. I remember being in the room at the Munich Security Conference, when he said the problem isn't Russia, it's Europe and within, even citing Britain having problems to do with freedom of speech, citing an abortion clinic in Bournemouth where I represented. It was completely out of place. He was making it up. Nevertheless, this is what America is on, a mission to rewrite the global order, to step back from any engagement with other nations, move to a more transactional approach, even if that's with adversaries such as Russia. And that's what Greenland is all about. I hope we take a more affirmative footing. As I stress, it's our closest security ally. But sometimes America needs to hear the harsh words from allies. We spent a year, on bended knee, trying to persuade Trump to distance himself from Putin, and we continue to fail. We should have put that fire out absolutely months ago. We've not done so. You made the point yourself. NATO could have been far more robust on that front. But that only happens if we've got American involvement, because they come with such might. And yet here we are, so many years later, and it still rumbles on.
And there's also lots of questions about the British Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, if he's been strong enough. And that's a conversation for a whole nother day. Tobias Alwood, thank you so much.
Thank you.
China's Ministry of Commerce says tighter export controls on Japan are aimed at curbing the country's ambition to remilitarize. Earlier this week, Beijing put a ban on so-called dual-use goods from Japan, aimed at intensifying row over comments by Prime Minister Sanai Takaichi about Taiwan. Speaking earlier today, China's Ministry of Commerce spokesperson accused Japan of undermining regional peace and stability. Patrick Falk reports.
In a Commerce Ministry press briefing in Beijing, spokesperson He Yadong defended the new curbs on exports from Japan.
In accordance with laws and regulations, China has imposed export controls on all dual-use items for Japanese military usage and to any other end users or uses involved in enhancing Japan's military capabilities. And such measures are fully justified, reasonable, and lawful.
He also said the measures would not affect civilian trade. Dual-use exports are goods, software, or technology that have both civilian and military applications. The major concern for Tokyo, what rare earth elements might be included in the measures. For now, it remains unclear, but the restrictions strike at well-known vulnerabilities in Japan's supply chains. Rare earth elements are essential for a broad range of goods, including chips used in everything from household electronics to advanced weapon systems. Experts say Tokyo's response is likely to be cautious.
I think China has really shown that it's serious, it's unhappy, and it's made its point. There's no point in messing up business further.
The controls mark the latest salvo in an escalating row between China and Japan. In November, Japanese Prime Minister Sanae Takaichi sparked fury in Beijing after suggesting Tokyo might intervene in any attack by China on Taiwan. Since then, China's unleashed a wave of retaliatory measures aimed at pressuring Takaichi to retract the comments. It includes cutting flights to the country, issuing travel and study warnings to its citizens, and suspending seafood imports from Japan. Tokyo has called the latest curbs unacceptable and lodged formal complaints with Beijing, but so far hasn't hit back.
Since there are many unclear points regarding the scope and details of these measures, including the items affected, we will refrain from commenting on this potential impact on Japanese industries at this time. However, we will carefully examine and analyze the details and consider a necessary response accordingly.
Separately on Wednesday, China launched an anti-dumping probe into the import of a chemical compound from Japan. Beijing says the dumping of dichlorosilane gas, mainly used in semiconductor production, has damaged the domestic industry. Patrick Falk, Arabiya English.
The Saudi-led coalition supporting Yemen's internationally recognized government says Aidaris al-Zubaydi, head of Yemen's Southern Transitional Council, has reportedly fled Aden and is now in Abu Dhabi under Emirati supervision. Officials say he left by sea yesterday, sailing to Somaliland with his vessel's transponder switched off, where he was met by Emirati officers and flown by plane to Abu Dhabi. Now, people who quit weight loss injections like Mounjaro and Wegovy could pile on the pounds 4 times faster than those who follow traditional diets. Data published in the British Medical Journal says those who lose around a fifth of their body weight could regain 0.8 kilos every month. That means users could regain their pre-treatment weight in around a year and a half. For more on this, I'm joined by Dr. Sarah Khayat. Dr. Sarah, thank you so much for joining me. So, a study has found people who come off these slimming jabs regain weight faster than traditional dieters. And I guess the big question is, why is this?
I think the thing to say here is that it doesn't mean that the medications aren't working. You know, we have got lots of studies saying that they are transformative. People are losing weight. They are an important weight loss tool. And there have even been studies showing how it may have a role in cardiovascular risk reduction, in dementia risk, in longevity. So overall, I do think they are revolutionizing healthcare. However, I think that this study is highlighting the need for holistic approaches to weight loss. They can't be just assumed to be a quick fix and just take the injection with no other lifestyle modifications. You know, it needs to be used within this landscape of obesity being a chronic condition, not something that we just fix overnight, because, you know, our food industry isn't going to be changing overnight. So we need to manage how we approach food, how we approach exercise alongside this. So I would say that it's because we're not necessarily offering that wraparound care in the form of behavioural and lifestyle support to help people maintain the weight loss as they would have had with more traditional types of weight loss plans.
Let's be honest here, Doctor. These weight loss drugs are extremely, extremely popular. I feel like everyone I've spoken to, no matter what weight they are, have used them or they want to use them and they think that they're a really good idea and actually for a quick fix, because lots of people don't want to put in the hard work when it comes to traditional dieting. So how do doctors manage that right now? Because I think that is one of the concerns.
We have fairly robust criteria by which we are meant to be prescribing these medications. And I think as a doctor, as long as we are using guidelines appropriately, we're therefore able to monitor the weight loss appropriately. We're able to offer that kind of wraparound care that we should be offering to our patients. But I do appreciate that actually a lot of people are getting these medications when they may not necessarily fit into those strict criteria, and they may be getting it from sources that aren't offering that wraparound care to help maintain that weight loss.
And these jabs make headlines daily right now. We can't go anywhere without seeing people talking about these or them being advertised. And many question the side effects and long-term impact on people's health, with claims of increased risk of cancer to digestive and kidney problems. Should people be concerned about this at all?
Well, the point of these medications is to reduce the risk of obesity. Now, obesity itself has a number of risks associated with it: cardiovascularly, diabetes, cancers. So when we are offering it to patients who are obese, the risks are far outweighed by the benefits. However, if people are taking this and they are not within that obesity category, that's when we start needing to reevaluate that risk-benefit profile and determine whether actually indeed those risks aren't being outweighed by the benefits anymore. I would say overall, they are fairly safe. We have got a lot of studies on them now. There are, as you say, a lot of people on them. So we are now able to evaluate those risks associated with it far better. We know that, pancreatitis is a serious condition and is one of the risk factors associated with it. We know that there are also common side effects, gastrointestinal mainly. But for the most people that are on it, those risks are fairly small compared to the benefits of losing weight and getting in a healthier BMI range.
And I guess as soon as people lose weight and go into a healthy BMI range, they could be more tempted to go down the holistic route, like you're saying, because they'll be confident to go to the gym, they'll be confident to eat healthier. But do you think that people should be on these jabs for life, as the study has some way alluded to?
Look, I think there will be some people for whom lifelong use may be necessary. The hope is for most that we are going to, as you say, get the confidence to then maybe go to the gym or exercise more, or maybe have that time that you're taking it to reevaluate the foods and your behavior around foods. I think also it's probably worth mentioning that the real success metric is health, not permanence of weight loss necessarily. Even some weight being regained is potentially not as significant as the improvement that you can still get in terms of your blood pressure, your glucose control, your liver fat, your joint pains and cardiovascular risks in that short period of time that you may have had the weight loss. So I think it depends on what our end goal here is. And I think in general, it should be surrounding the term health rather than necessarily the term weight.
Dr. Sara, it's always hard work in the gym, I must say that, but thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you.
A reminder of our top stories now. Protests are taking place in Minneapolis following the fatal shooting of a woman. The British Prime Minister Deputy Prime Minister, David Lammy is set to meet his US counterpart J.D. Vance after British armed forces help seize a Venezuelan-linked oil tanker in the North Atlantic. And piling on the pounds 4 times faster, slimmers coming off weight loss injections could gain it back quicker than conventional dieters. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Of course, follow us on X. And we'll be back in a couple of hours with a W News Extra. Goodbye and thank you for joining us.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Now, Saudi Arabia's aviation sector has seen rapid expansion in recent years and has a central part to play in Vision 2030. Well, the kingdom's growing number of airlines have a key part to play in meeting the goal of 100 million visitors by the year 2030. Well, as well as the new entrants to the market, like Riyadh Air, which we've talked about quite a bit on this show, the flag carrier, Saudia, has also a growing global presence, currently transporting close to 3 million passengers every single month. That is in addition to air freight. Well, last year, Saudia transported some 578,000 tons of cargo, and Saudia aims to rank among the world's top 10 air cargo carriers by the year 2030. Well, I'm joined here in the studio by Hashim Al-Sharif, who is the Vice President of Strategy and Business Development at Saudia Cargo. Thank you very much indeed for coming to see us.
It's an absolute pleasure. Good to be here with you.
Thanks. Now, they say that cargo numbers offer you some insights as to what the situation is looking like later on down the line on the passenger side. So how is the situation for cargo right now? What are your numbers looking like?
We're seeing an increase in the demand in the last few years since the pandemic, and that there's a correlation between the increase in demand because of the large number of aircrafts and recovery after the pandemics. The movement of goods has been steadily increasing in the last few years, and we've seen a growing demand across the globe, not only in Saudi Arabia, but also beyond, and that's helped us to connect the world together.
Okay, so tell us which are the sectors that are really fueling the growth in demand.
Nowadays it's about e-commerce. E-commerce has changed the shape of air cargo. We used to wait for months to get the shipments. Now it's a matter of days or even hours in some cases until you get the shipment from country to a country until the doorsteps of the clients.
Okay, so e-commerce is really giving operators like Saudia a massive boost when it comes to cargo volumes.
I will give you an example. Between now and 2023 and now in 2025, we have seen almost 39% growth between in 2 years only. And that's mainly driven by the young population of Saudi Arabia. And we have seen the demand of e-commerce is growing into the kingdom and even beyond the kingdom.
Right, so that's a massive boost to Saudi Cargo.
Certainly.
You've got a young population in Saudi Arabia, which you mentioned as well, hence the correlation and the interest I expect with e-commerce.
Yeah.
What are your other strategic advantages, would you say? What part does geography play?
Location, location, location. We play in a strong part when it comes to connecting the world. We're sitting almost 6 hours from everywhere. We're connecting the east to the west, through Saudi Arabia, and this is one of the parts we play to enable the kingdom to be a logistic hub. We transport goods from the east, from the far east, to the likes of Indian subcontinent, into Europe, US, and beyond.
Okay, so let's talk about your fleet and your capacity. What have you got at the moment, and where are you planning to take that in the years ahead?
If we want to link it back to the increasing demand, we are sitting at 8 freighters today, and we have actually 2 more coming up in the next few months. So we're going to have 10 by Q1, and we're increasing demands, and there is an announcement coming soon of our plans to expand our fleet. That's when it's come to the air freighters. But we have access to over 170 belly aircraft from Saudi and through different partners, such as Sky Teams, which plays almost 20% of the world capacity when it comes to air cargo, with over 850 destinations.
Okay, so you got the freighters, you got the passenger planes, and this alliance that you mentioned in the form of Sky Team. Tell us about some other partnerships you've got there at Saudi Cargo.
We have just announced a few months back our partnership with the China Cargo. They're flying to the kingdom, and we were partnering with them to ship beyond KSA. It's a huge movement to our strategic partnership going on from the east to the west and linking them together. And we are working on more signings and partnership in the future coming up. As soon as we sign them, we will announce them shortly.
Okay, and you're right in the middle, aren't you, of that traffic between east and west,
100%.
Very strategically positioned. Now, I know that specialty cargo tends to carry pretty healthy yields, high yields, I think it's fair to say.
Yes.
Some pretty unique requirements, especially when it comes to transporting pharmaceutical products and so on. What sort of an evolution, what trends are you seeing in that area?
Pharma has been always a constant, but it's required high specialty, as you have mentioned. We are certified to move pharma, lithium, dangerous goods from IATA, and that gives us an advantage when it comes to specialized and customized solutions. Pharma is becoming, it's a bit of a trend, not only now, but it's always been trend because of the sensitive time it has to be transported in. And usually it was transported from certain markets. Now we've seen an expansion when it comes to pharmaceutical from different parts of the globe, be it from raw material, be it from distribution perspective. And we are part of that, basically enabling those routes to be active throughout the world.
Okay. We talk a lot about Vision 2030 on this channel. Where do you see Saudi Cargo fitting into that and supporting that vision?
Well, we're one of the biggest enablers. We're responsible for half of the volume coming to the kingdom. And we played a major role in last year's numbers. Saudi Arabia as a kingdom surpassed a million tonnage, 1.2 if I can be more precise, throughout the kingdom. We have helped transform almost nearly 0.6 million of that volume throughout the kingdom, and we're expanding with the expansion of the fleet in the near future. We will help to reach that target a bit and in line with the goals of the kingdom, and also to enable the GDP of the country by moving and basically the whole supply chain when it comes to goods from real estate, from all of these elements, because of the transshipment of goods is all over the place.
Okay, so you're playing a really big part in that vision. We talk a lot about AI on this show, and I was thinking to myself as you arrived, what role does artificial intelligence play when it comes to your kind of operation? Are you finding a niche for it, a purpose for it when it comes to cargo ops?
Definitely. It's part of our basically strategy is to integrate AI in everything that we do. But we're doing it with basically in phases out. We're trying to utilize AI into basically calculating the profitability of a route, understanding the markets, reading the trends, where is basically the supply is going to take, how long is going to take the supply, and matching the demand from different countries, which areas that we need to focus on when it comes to developing countries versus already established market. All of these elements with AI, it gives you an advantage because it gives you time, speed, and accuracy, and access to different multiple databases.
And pricing models as well?
100%. Pricing is dynamic in our industry. So you have to be always on the run when it comes to pricing.
What's your overall outlook for air cargo when it comes to the region and more broadly for the rest of the world?
Air cargo is, we had the discussion in one of the forums. Air cargo have increased the demand significantly in the past. And people expected this is the spike. It only happened because of the pandemic. But if you look at it now, it's the consumer behavior has changed. Not only the business. People tend to shop more online than it used to be in the past. There are more apps, there are more platforms, there are more companies emerging every single day to enable e-commerce across the world. So the demand will always going to be in the rise when it comes to air cargo. There are subshipments that are becoming very sensitive to time. And the speed is a very crucial part of what they do. And this is the advantage of air cargo plays in when connecting the world together.
Yeah, when we order something online, we want to get it tomorrow at the latest.
100%.
In terms of competitiveness and keeping that growth momentum, what are your plans? How are you positioning yourself to make sure that your growth and your competitiveness are sustainable?
We are in the region where everything is growing. It's not only Saudi Arabia, but if you look at the top airlines and the top air cargos around the world, it's basically within its neighboring countries. And it's all have the logistics advantage of the location as well, but also they have ambitious goal as us. For us, we are trying to ensure that we are developing and connecting the world together by improving the services that we do, and we're offering unique products. One of the things that we are focusing on is to enable Saudi export to be available at the world shelves. That's the advantage that we have, that we're basically betting on, that we can have in the market internally and domestically that can give us an advantage versus the other competitors.
Okay, and what sets you apart, would you say, from all of the other cargo offerings in the market? What makes Saudi Cargo stand out?
It's basically the way we do business. It's a cyclical business, and we are being able to be steadily and agile in our strategy. We have seen this year a lot of cyclicality due to geopolitical disruption all across the world, but we remain steady because we have strategic agility and resilience when it comes to our company. We did not let it affect us. There are many countries that were closed their aerospace. Thank God that our countries and the kingdom policies is basically helped us to navigate through these tough times. So this is basically what we are relying on, our vision, our strategic positioning, and basically our strategic goals and objectives in the company, and our resilience in the past that helps going into the future with agility.
And just lastly, Hashim, some of my colleagues and I were wondering, what are some of the more unusual or exciting items that perhaps you've transported on Saudi Cargo?
It's not only exciting, we did it with pride. Last year, we transferred a lot of shipment and transported perishables from the kingdom and exported tomatoes and vegetables to Europe. And we found it in the European markets. And if you go to the supermarket, you will find Saudi vegetables and fruits. And that's basically I wouldn't say unusual, but we did it with pride for us because we know the quality of the product that we produce in this country, and having the ability to enable them and help them to be available at the global shelves. That's amazing. We also did shrimp to China, and we are working with our partners in the kingdom, one of the biggest dairy products to be available in the Chinese market as well. There's a huge demand when it comes from that market, and we are ready to help. And we have partners in China are ready for us to transport this shipment to China as well. And then will be amazing to go to different world in the part of the world, and you will find the Saudi product available at every shelf.
Okay, and before we started, you said you transported some horses every now and then, but you said that was quite normal. That wasn't particularly unusual.
That's not unusual for us. We are part of enabling the country a bigger event. We have the Saudi Cup, and we were transporting the shipments and the horses from different parts, from Liège, from different parts of Europe into the kingdom for the race. And for us, this is not unusual. Also, the biggest races that's happening in Saudi Arabia, we were basically transporting those cars into the kingdom, and next, the race will be in a different country. They will be there on time.
Well, thank you very much indeed. We really appreciate you sharing all of that with us. Hashim Al-Sharif, the Vice President of Strategy and Business Development at Saudia Cargo. Thank you very much indeed for your time.
Thank you. Pleasure.
Is the US about to welcome its 51st state? Be it annexation by force, negotiation, or in exchange for cold, hard cash? President Donald Trump has reiterated his desire to take control of Greenland. He says it's for national security purposes. But could it put global security and the future of NATO at risk? That debate is coming up on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Vatican. Vatican City, or the Holy See. It gained independence from Italy on the 11th of February in 1929. The sovereign independent state has a population of less than 1,000, yet it is one of the most popular cities for tourists. The Holy See, which is surrounded by Rome, has been the home of the Pope since 1378 and is considered the seat of the Catholic religion. And then, of course, there are the very popular Vatican museums, which is mainly why most people fly in for a visit. There's the Sistine Chapel, which is considered the private chapel of the Pope. This is also where cardinals meet to vote for a new Pope. Its ceiling frescoes feature paintings by the great Michelangelo, and the biblical scenes on the wall are by several artists, including Perugino and Botticelli. The gateway to Vatican City is St. Peter's Square and Basilica. It is built on the site that covers St. Peter's tomb. It is considered one of the largest churches in the world. Michelangelo's famous Pieta is also featured in this church. Italian masses are held here every Sunday. Visitors are allowed, but must follow the strict dress code, no bare knees or shoulders. Another attraction unique to the Vatican is the Swiss Guard. They have been guarding the Vatican City since 1506, and today would still dress in the traditional costume. These guards are Roman Catholic Swiss nationals, between 19 to 30 years old, and are high school graduates. On the Tiber River, there's a Castel Sant'Angelo. It was built as a tomb for Emperor Hadrian in the 2nd century. It was built over the Roman walls and has an underground passageway to the Vatican. During summer, concerts and other special events may be held there. It's a great place also just for strolling and enjoying the view by the river. For great eats, the popular ones are also within the Vatican museums. There are cafeteria-style restaurants, a bar, and pizzeria. You'll also find a courtyard with an Italian-style bar with alcoholic beverages. Meanwhile, there are more must-try treats outside the walls of the Vatican. You'll find high-end restaurants that serve sushi, fresh fish, and more. Places that serve quick bites, like cheese and cold cuts, can also be found here. There are also Sicilian restaurants, or Rome-based ones, each with impressive menus to choose from. It's time for us to go! Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
Is the US about to welcome its 51st state? Be it annexation by force, negotiation, or in exchange for cold hard cash? President Donald Trump has reiterated his desire to take control of Greenland. He says it's for national security purposes. But could it put global security and the future of NATO at risk? That debate is coming up on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora.
Leo Terrell, thank you so much for joining me for this really special edition of America Unfiltered here on location in your offices at the DOJ in Washington, D.C.
Thank you very much. I could never say no to you. So this was a privilege and an honor for you to have me on.
It is absolutely my honor. Thank you. Something very tragic that has been making, I think, all of our hearts heavy, which is the terror attack in Bondi Beach, Australia, leaving 15 Jews dead who were trying to celebrate the holiday of Hanukkah. Leo, what is your takeaway from these events?
Horrific. An attack on the Jewish community worldwide. And I blame, in part, the Australian government in allowing this Jew hatred to fester. They had warning signs of hate and terrorism towards the Jewish community. And what played out there was unfortunate, and I think the response by the Australian Prime Minister is weak, because basically they have allowed the Palestinian, or the concept of a Palestinian state, to exist. This is really something that is tragic, because it gives a message that Jew hatred is okay in Australia, and I find that offensive.
I want to ask you a follow-up question. You mentioned a Palestinian state. How do you think that ties into the anti-Semitism that we witnessed in Australia?
I'll tell you exactly how I feel. I think the concept of any of these countries, such as Australia, France, or Canada, recognizing a Palestinian state is an acceptance of what happened in October 7th, 2023. The attack on Israel, the attack on at the Nova Festival. To me, to reward these people who have this obsession to commit genocide on Jews is really rewarding them. And I think this is a direct impact of that.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And we saw the Israeli Prime Minister actually criticize Albanese. Netanyahu specifically pointed to exactly what you just said, the Australians recognizing some sort of a Palestinian state, but also it seems like the Israelis might have shared some intelligence that Australia ignored. Is there that kind of a relationship between the Israelis and the U.S. as far as you know in terms of intelligence sharing and keeping American Jews safe?
Well, first of all, let me tell you right now, the greatest safety valve that the American government shares with Israel is the best president the Jewish American community and the world had ever had as far as supporting Israel. That's Donald J. Trump. President Trump is a unicorn. Never in my lifetime, I've been on this planet for a long time, has there been a president so committed on recognizing the rights of Israel and protecting the rights of Jewish Americans and Jews worldwide. Now, whatever intelligence sharing that the president of the United States has with Israel, I'm not going to say on television, but I will tell you right now, there is a perfect relationship between Israel and the United States, and that's because of President Donald J. Trump, unlike the previous administration.
Well, I couldn't agree with you more. And I want to stay a little bit on the United States, on the home front. We heard also some breaking news about the FBI thwarting a potential terror attack in Los Angeles planned for New Year's Eve. It seems like the way the FBI described these perpetrators is pro-Palestinian leftists. What can you tell us about this?
Again, the 35 years of being a lawyer, I have to reserve any comments about intelligence or any information, but I can tell you this. Again, it's President Trump's commitment and his directive to every bureaucracy, every office in this government, the FBI, Homeland Security, Secretary of State's office, Department of Justice. Go after the bad guys, go after the terrorists, go after those who want to inflict harm on Jewish Americans and Jews worldwide. So this is the president keeping his promise to make sure they capture, all these agencies capture the bad guys. And the bad guys are those who have this hate motivation targeted at Israel and Jews as a whole.
How do you expect what happens next with these, I guess, alleged perpetrators of this planned attack? What do you expect will happen next? How do you think that contrasts with the Biden administration, how they might have handled things?
Day and night, President Trump has sent a signal, a message. We're not going to tolerate hate towards Jews. We're going to prosecute you. We're not going to look the other way. And that's what's gone on in the Trump administration with Pam Bondi running the Attorney General's office, Department of Justice. I'm proud to work for her and the president, along with the Secretary of State's office and Homeland Security. It is a all hands on deck effort to fight anti-Semitism and fight hate. You asked me to compare it with the Biden administration. Non-existence. But the Biden administration allowed Jewish hatred to exist and flourish. And I would submit to you that they had what I call the Michigan strategy. Win Michigan at all costs, because they needed to win Michigan for a political strategy at the expense of ignoring the hatred towards Jews. You look at the schools during the Biden administration, the Ivy League school, the school that I went to, UCLA. It was a failure to protect Jewish Americans on every scale, from the national level to the local level. And you had prosecutors failing at the local level to prosecute hate crimes. They mischaracterized them. They underreported them. So I would submit to you that the Biden administration completely abandoned the Jewish community during his last 2 years.
And that's something that you'll hear from a lot of leaders in the Jewish community. And that brings me to my next question, Leo. Regarding the universities, we saw in the previous administration much failed moral leadership among the university presidents who were brought into the United States Congress to testify, and one after the other seemed to fail again basic moral tests of understanding the nature of anti-Semitism. What is your DOJ doing right now in terms of the universities?
Well, you're being very kind, because the previous administration and during the Biden administration, those universities just allowed Jewish hatred to exist. This president has made it very clear, President Trump has made it very clear, we're not going to tolerate anti-Semitism. We're going to enforce Title VI. If you allow hate to exist, we're going to take away your funding. We're going to enforce Title VII. We're not going to allow Jewish faculty members to be harassed or tormented. And so what he's going to do, and what he has done so far, he has worked out settlement agreements for these schools, these universities, to stop it, to prevent the hate to exist, to allow Jewish students to walk on those campuses like black students, like white students, like everyone else. Jewish Americans should be treated the same way, simply should be treated the same way, and not be denied due to their religious rights. And that's what the president has done. He has entered into several settlement agreements which have been beneficial in stopping the hate. There's still hate out there on these campuses, but these settlement agreements, he has put these schools' feet to the fire.
Yeah, that's exactly what I think the American people have been wanting to see, a president who will lead that way, a DOJ that will lead in that same way. What differences do you think we can see happening at the universities should the administration succeed in holding them accountable? I think the Jewish community and the country as a whole should see the contrast between what didn't happen during the Biden administration and what is happening in the Trump administration. And what you'll see, kids will not be denied access to the campus. They will not be told you can't walk down this pathway. You can go to your classes. And I think it's also an appreciation and a recognition that the faculty members have an obligation to make sure Jewish students are afforded the same rights inside the classroom. I like to see more work on the curriculum from within, because I honestly believe that over the last 10 to 15 years, our higher levels of education have been hijacked with far left policies of sort of demonstrating a anti-Semitic behavior. Well, certainly we all need to ask those questions. How did we get to where we are? Leo, I'd like to pivot our conversation. I know our viewers are really interested in your personal story. You're a man who made headlines because you were a lifelong Democrat, and then you started to support President Donald Trump and rebranded yourself as Leo 2.0. Can you tell us a little bit about that personal journey?
Yes, thank you for asking me that question. This is really a no-brainer. I grew up as a Democrat, family Democrat. And I would submit to you, in 2020, I don't know what direction the Democrats decided to go far left, but I have always been a civil rights attorney, and I believe in the rights for all people. But the Democrats abandoned what I consider basic civil rights. First of all, they abandoned the whole concept of supporting the law enforcement. I'm old enough to remember John F. Kennedy, even Bill Clinton wanted 100,000 law enforcement officers in the street. So they went so far left and they abandoned fundamental rights. Again, their abandonment of the Jewish community. I am a civil rights attorney. I understand the history of Jews and blacks in this country. Jews helped create the NAACP. Jews walked with black Americans in the 60s, making sure that black Americans had their rights allowed to go to school. 2 Jewish activists lost their lives in 1964, Werner and Goodman. So to me, there was a total abandonment of basic Democrat principles by the Democrat Party. Trump, to me, represents everything great about this country. Fairness, equality, making sure no one is treated in a preferential or more preferred way. And it was an easy decision to make to become a Trump supporter. And when you look at 2025 now, that was the best decision I ever made. The Democrat Party has gone so far sideways. I'm glad and a privilege to be part of the Trump administration.
So what's your assessment of the Democratic Party? Do you think they're lost?
Let me think about that. Yes. They're I don't know what they are. Again, I grew up with the JFK, the Lyndon Johnson, Jimmy Carter, Bill Clinton. But somewhere with the Barack Obama administration, it has gone so far left where all of a sudden equality is no longer an issue. You have to be in this clique, this group mentality. There's no individual thought. And, you know, as a civil rights attorney all my life, I believe that everyone should be treated equally and fairly. They don't see that as an issue. And what we've been talking about with the Jewish community, I think you cannot be a viable Democratic candidate if you support Israel. You can't become the Democratic nominee if you believe in supporting Israel or you believe in making sure the rights of Jewish Americans are protected. That's crazy. That's outrageous. I'm old enough to remember Joe Lieberman was the vice president nominee for the Democrat Party. That cannot exist with this current mindset of the Democrat Party.
So, Leo, if you were to look at the midterms and the 2028 election, presidential election, what's your prediction on all that? Where do you think the country's headed?
Well, that's a tough one. I honestly believe, and I expect this country to enjoy its most prosperous year with the Trump tax cuts. I think we're going to have a very good year. I got my fingers crossed, and I believe honestly and truly that Trump's promises of making America first, keeping America secure, making sure the border is safe. Don't forget, Trump has settled 8 wars. The man deserves the Nobel Peace Prize. So I honestly believe, and I'm hoping that the Republican Party maintains control of the House and the Senate, and that we continue on with the Trump years to make America great.
What do you think President Trump's legacy is going to be at the end of his term?
Look, I've said this all the time, and I say this without any reservation. I'll debate anyone. President Trump is the greatest president in my lifetime. The man thinks outside the box. And I find Trump derangement syndrome, I find that coming from people who are jealous of President Trump. You cannot expect the Democrats or the left to honestly give this man any praise whatsoever. They wake up hating him. But I know, I think most Americans, maybe many cannot say it out loud because they are Democrats. He's done wonders for this country. He's changed the focus. America first is important. He has turned from America last to America first. And I think I've recognized that. I left a good job working for Fox News because the president called me and asked me to work in his administration. That was a no-brainer. It's easy. Yes, God and country, this is a privilege to be here talking to you and serving in the Trump administration.
I couldn't agree with you more. I was, honored and privileged to serve under President Trump in the first Trump administration. And Leo, I want to take this back to your personal story. How does it feel to be a black man fighting for Jews in America today?
Great question, Ellie. And I'll tell you what, I get that question every day. Why are you doing this? What's motivating you? To me, that question makes no sense. This is not a Jewish issue. Fighting anti-Semitism is an American issue. It's a Western civilization issue. Every American should be fighting against anti-Semitism. It's not a partisan issue. My skin color, my ethnicity has nothing to do with my motivation. I am an American. I believe in religious freedom. So why am I the face of this battle? Because it's the right thing in the greatest country, a country that believes in religious freedom. So I would hope that people stop asking that question. And I would hope everyone jump on the bandwagon. If you believe in religious freedom, you should be fighting anti-Semitism. I can't be free. I cannot enjoy my religion if others in this great country are being denied their right to enjoy their religion.
It's a beautiful statement, I think, on America and what this country stands for. When you look at the Trump administration's anti-Semitism policy, how do you explain it? And is there something for outside governments and the outside world, for foreign governments to learn from?
Oh my gosh. Hello, Australia. Hello, France. Hello, Canada. Could you imagine? I think we were talking about this before we started the interview. We could do so much more. If these countries wanted to know how to cure the problem, just look at the Trump administration. Look at his executive order. Look at his directives to the FBI, to the U.S. Attorney's Office. Make sure you prosecute these individuals to the fullest extent of the law and characterize these crimes as what they are. They're not vandalism. They're hate crimes motivated by religious dislike towards Jews. Fight the problem by identifying and recognizing the problem is targeted towards Jews, fight it, and I guarantee you there'll be a complete change.
That's what we hope. And Leo, you have been such a leader in the field. Just recently, you were kind to come speak at a conference that I helped organize on anti-Semitism growing, unfortunately, on the right wing of the American political spectrum. What is your take on what's happening there?
Well, I'll tell you, let me be as clear. I'm a truth teller. Anti-Semitism exists on the left and on the right. And I will call it out on the left and on the right. And what scares me is some of this anti-Semitism is overt, but the dangerous part is when it's covert, when it's secret, when you give the impression, oh, I'm not anti-Semitic, but we know you are. And I'm telling you, this is the biggest concern because I'll tell you, Ellie, I used to be, I was a former school teacher and I taught history. And I taught about World War II and the hate towards Jews and the Holocaust. But never in my lifetime have I seen Jew hatred, anti-Semitism as rampant, as intense, and in some weird way popular. And like I said, it's on the left and right. Again, going back to the basic principles of this country, if you believe in religious freedom, we should all be fighting it on the left and right and calling it out on the left and right. My heartfelt commitment is I will call it out because I'm here for one purpose and one purpose only, to eliminate, to fight against anti-Semitism, and it's a 24/7 commitment and job. You can call me on the weekends. I'll fight it. And I have called the FBI on numerous occasions because of hate crime that pop up. But the point here is that it would be wrong for me or anyone to point it out on one side and not look at the other side as well.
And I think that's the kind of honest conversation that needs to take place in the country where everyone calls out any kind of hatred wherever it's coming from. Leo, you just mentioned also about the states and the local level of what you at the DOJ are dealing with and hate crimes, anti-Semitic hate crimes in particular. Where can we see the DOJ step in where there is a sense, and you and I were talking about this, that in blue cities and blue states, there's a failure, frankly, on prosecuting hate crimes, on even identifying when a hate crime has taken place, in particular against Jews?
A great question. Let me tell you right now, the federal government cannot do it all. We can't. What we were talking about, the hate crimes that are going on at these college campuses, that's the jurisdiction is local city governments, the local district attorneys, the local police. I would love to find out how many hate crime charges were filed in these cities in the previous administration. And there's a failure to prosecute. These individuals are creating anti-Semitic crimes against Jews, and yet they're being released the next day. And they're not being prosecuted for hate crimes. To me, this is the biggest problem. And the federal government can only do so much and go in so far and threaten these departments and threaten these agencies and sometimes go in and replace them with the FBI or the U.S. Attorney's Office. But I'll tell you, I was speaking about this just recently. And I'll tell you right now, we need a wake-up call. We need to regain control of our local city officials. These cities, I don't care if you're blue or red, just be fair and fight anti-Semitism. Because again, this is an American issue. And the problems that are existing not only on the local level regarding the failure to prosecute crimes, we gotta protect our local schools from teaching hate to our K-12. So all the action, Ellie, is on the local level and the state level. And the federal government here in Washington, we can look, we can complain, we can take some action. But the day-to-day 24/7 action has to be taken on the local level.
And when you talk about what's happening right now on the local level, it brings me to the question of the anti-Israel, anti-Zionist sentiment that we've seen spread all across the country. Again, most of it under the previous Biden administration, they allowed this all to spread. How do you explain to people how anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism?
Well, I'll tell you, this hate and this concept of global intifada of destroying Israel, destroying the Jewish population. It has to be understood that they have conflated these two issues. And yet it is an issue that, like I said again, has taken steam or caught on. And the key here is this education process that when we talk about K-12 and college, to me, the colleges have been hijacked already. But what is frightening of this teaching and this brainwashing going on in the K-12, primarily due to the control of the teachers' unions who control the curriculum. And these teachers' unions in these public schools they're anti-Semitic. The unions are. I just came from a recent meeting with the Department of Labor. If I had the control, I'd be suing against all these teachers' unions. These unions have taken positions on Israel, teachers' union on Israel, and all of a sudden have changed their message in trying to downplay the Holocaust, attack the existence of Israel, and then teaching permitting the hatred occurring of anti-Semitism in the curriculum. It's all over the place.
It's really shocking to hear what you're saying right now, Leo, because you're basically telling us that here in the United States, our children are being taught by people who have some sort of agenda against the Jewish state of Israel.
Yes, I am telling you that. I want to be clear about that because there is no question, and I hate to give the anti-Semites credit, but they have taken over the universities, and now they want to take over K-12, where our young kids are taught at an early age to learn how to hate. And before I became a lawyer, I was a school teacher. So this comes dear to my heart. I still have my teaching license. And the power of the curriculum, the power of the lesson plans that are given to first graders, second graders, third graders to teach them that Israel is wrong, should not exist, that Jew hatred is acceptable, we're in trouble. We're in serious trouble right now.
What do you think we can do about it?
Again, there needs to be a commitment on the local level. Don't get me wrong. We need a President Trump in the White House, but the action is on the local level. It's at the school districts. It's at the city council meetings. It's their decisions to have these boycotts against Israel goods and products. It's all happening in the city council meetings, and we're looking the other way. We have to focus on making sure what's going on in these cities and towns and police departments and district attorneys recognize and understand that anti-Semitism cannot exist and should not exist, and we have to be responsive. Could you imagine if they were prosecuting these crimes, the deterrent effect in a city like Los Angeles would have on an impact like on Chicago or Seattle or New York, but it's not being done. Where's Alvin Bragg?
Leo, there are so many friends and people in the Jewish community that echo your sentiment. And in particular, I know in New York, a lot of folks are very frustrated with Alvin Bragg. So if I'm hearing you correctly, you're making a call to action on the local level. You think Americans need to get involved on the local level.
Oh, if you believe in religious freedom, if you want to fight anti-Semitism, start in the local small town, the city council, the police department, the mayors, the schools, the school districts, the superintendent, the school board. If you want to stop it, start there. I mean, that's where we go first, because we have to save the children. They're the future leaders.
We do have to save the children. And Leo, I know your time is short, so I have one last question for you. Many describe you as a hero. You've got one particular story which I think really resonates in the heart, and that's about the Israeli Hadar Golden, who was kept in Gaza for so many years. Could you tell us the story of the Golden family?
Yes, and I wish I had my hat, because the hat is the story. Hadar Golden was a young man who was murdered and kidnapped in 2014. He was an IDF soldier. He was held in captivity for 11 years. His mom came to my office and told me the story. Because this was in addition to the ongoing war against Hamas, that he had been held captive. And she wanted to make sure he was never forgotten. And she wanted to have his remains returned. She had the right to bury her son. I said I was going to do anything and everything possible. So I came in with the concept, and this was like 5 months ago, to have a symbol. And the symbol was a hat.
And I think we have the hat right
and
here.
I came up with this symbol, and no one knew this name. I just put Hadar Goldin. I also put the 45-47 in honor of the president and the American and Israel flag. And I'm doing something for the first time since November 11th. And every time I went on an event, if I was doing a TV interview with you, I would wear this hat, just like this. And it would force people to say, hey, who's this guy? And I would tell them the story. I would wear this hat everywhere. Television, any event, this hat was on. I received an award on November 11th, 2025 from the Zionists of America. And I had this hat on, but during my acceptance speech, I took the hat off. Because on that day, the remains of Hadar Goldin were returned to his mom.
Wow.
And so from that day, November 11th, I took the hat off, have not worn it since. And that mom had the right, and she did, have the right to bury her son. And it's just unbelievable that I could have played some small role in helping bring Hadar home.
Well, Leo, what I heard was that you played a very big role. Oh. That with that hat that you thought of and created and wore everywhere, that you brought attention back to someone who had been held in captivity for so long prior to October 7th and had been generally forgotten. And that you are the person responsible for bringing attention and helping to bring Hadar Goldin back home for burial, which is very important in Jewish law and Jewish custom, Jewish tradition, to be able to bury the body in a proper burial.
But let me just say this, because it goes back to what we said at the beginning. For me to be in this position and for me to be able to do what you just articulated, I thank you for those kind words. I got to thank President Trump for putting me in this position. Pam Bondi for allowing me to use every tool in the toolbox to do this. And so they deserve a lot of appreciation for their help.
Well, Leo, I think President Trump has assembled an incredible team. I am so grateful to you. Thank you so much. And thanks to our audience for joining us for a special edition of America Unfiltered with Ellie Cohanim.
Thank you very much, Ellie. Thanks for having me.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Istanbul, definitely a glory of the world. Istanbul bridges two continents, marries civilizations that highlights the best of the Roman, Byzantine, and Ottoman empires. Take a look and see. Perhaps the most popular among tourists is taking the Bosphorus cruise in Istanbul. They say a trip to the city won't be complete without taking this route. It provides a majestic overview of the city, taking both European and Asian shores. You'll see century-old places and mansions to marvel at. There are also several options of cruises to take for your convenience. The Hagia Sophia is definitely a sight to see too. It's a splendid church-turned-mosque-turned-museum that's considered one of the world's greatest architectural treasures. Also head over to the Archaeology Museum in Istanbul. It is considered one of the city's hidden gems, displaying one of the world's richest collections of classical antiquities. Here, you'll find the marvelous sarcophagus of Alexander the Great, depicting important phases of his life, the blue-tiled Karaman Marab, the beautiful tiled pavilion, and the Treaty of Kadesh, which is known as the world's earliest surviving peace treaty. When it comes to shopping, Istanbul has its Grand Bazaar. You can go bargain hunting to your heart's delight. It is over 500 years old, but still one of the largest covered bazaars in the world. Locals visit the place every day to shop and bargain like pros. The Grand Bazaar is also known for its carpets, leather, ceramic, jewelry, plus souvenirs you can bring home. Not to be missed are the local markets that will allow you a taste of different cultures of continents. Turkey's kitchen is in fact known to be the richest of all. Their dishes are known to be made with only fresh produce. Plus, you can buy the ingredients firsthand at the local markets. Then, of course, you can't miss the Galata Tower. It is one other way to see the best of the city. You'll get a 360-degree panoramic view of Istanbul. Its very high tower also has a restaurant and cafe for you to dine in at the 9th floor. Feel free to enjoy the view and the food too. Definitely a great way to see, experience, and absorb the beauty that is Istanbul. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
I am Catalina Marchand-Abreu, and you're watching Arabiya English. Venezuela is at a major crossroads after the dramatic U.S. capture of Nicolás Maduro, and what happens next is far from certain. Former Vice President Delcy Rodriguez is now interim leader, backed by powerful allies, but under heavy pressure at home and from Washington. And although the Venezuelan constitution calls for elections within 30 days, experts say a vote is unlikely anytime soon as Rodriguez moves to consolidate power. Analysts warn the U.S. operation could have global ripple effects emboldening countries like Russia and China to use force in their own regions, including China's ambitions towards Taiwan. While President Trump has suggested other countries could be next, openly threatening Colombia, Cuba, Mexico, Iran, and even floating military action over Greenland.
By the way, I will say this about Greenland. We need Greenland from a national security situation.
Regional leaders, including Colombia, Brazil, and Mexico, have condemned the U.S. move, stressing Latin America should remain a zone of peace, free from foreign intervention. Meanwhile, in Caracas, reports indicate a government crackdown, with states of emergency and armed groups being deployed, signaling a high risk of instability across the region.
Is the US about to welcome its 51st state, be it annexation by force, negotiation, or in exchange for cold hard cash? President Donald Trump has reiterated his desire to take control of Greenland. He says it's for national security purposes, but could it put global security and the future of NATO at risk? It's up for debate on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. US President Donald Trump has made no secret of what's been on the top of his wish list since his first term in office.
Greenland. We need it for national protection. We need Greenland. We need Greenland. Essentially, it's a large real estate deal. People really don't even know if Denmark has any legal right to it. We need Greenland, and I think we're going to get it. One way or the other, we're going to get it.
Trump's threats of annexation had largely been dismissed until the weekend operation to capture Nicolas Maduro. The speed and apparent ease at which the US imposed its will on Venezuela has supercharged concern. When pressed on its plans, the White House wouldn't rule out the use of military force.
And Denmark is not going to be able to do it, I can tell you.
I think it's a big communication.
You know what Denmark did recently to boost up security in Greenland? They added one more dog sled. It's true. They thought that was a great move.
The semi-autonomous island remains part of Denmark. The Danish Prime Minister says US threats against a staunch European ally plays right into enemy hands.
If the United States chooses to attack another NATO country militarily, then everything stops. That includes NATO and thus the security that the alliance has provided since the end of the Second World War.
We'll ask our panel, will the US actually take Greenland by force? Would any European country oppose the US and come to Greenland's aid? And would it be the end of NATO? Joining us for this discussion is Bijan Kian, President of the Institute for Voices of Liberty and a former US official who has served under President Trump. Carl Bildt is joining us, co-chair of the European Council on Foreign Relations and former Prime Minister of Sweden. And rounding out our panel, Rasmus Jarlov, Danish MP and from the Conservative Party, who is chair of the Parliament's Defence Committee. Gentlemen, thank you and welcome to Counterpoints. The US has set its sights very squarely on Greenland. And according to senior White House aide Stephen Miller, they're not ruling out taking it by force. Quite astonishing, to put it mildly, considering it's an autonomous region of a NATO ally, Denmark. The Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, was less hostile in his approach, though, and suggested the US is drafting an offer to buy the strategic island. Kian, let's start with you for a US perspective. Will the US take Greenland by force?
Well, that is yet to be seen. Good morning and good evening to you and distinguished guests. The method President Trump negotiates by is like this. He takes the upper hand, he asks for the whole world, and then he will work his way down to what he can get. That's his style. So will the U.S. ever use force against conceptually a NATO ally? I think there is a lot of room for negotiations. I think there are two ways to approach this, and we're all friendly allies this morning here, so there's no hostile position, so we can talk about it. One way is to take the harsh road that Trump is taking. The other way is to look at the legitimate concerns of the United States and ask the questions. Is Russia going to continue its militarization? Is China going to continue its expansionism in economics and access to resources? With the melting ice, are new waterways opening up that would give Russia an advantage, making things shorter and more accessible? And it's the concern by the United States that it's not about ships circling Greenland or subs, being, increased in numbers and in routes and tailgating U.S. ships. It's not about that. It's about the perspective. It's about the future, the greater Arctic picture that worries the United States. Now, we do have the 1951 Pact, and there is a way to go and strengthen it to be able to do things like joint investments together. I mean, this doesn't have to be a confrontational structure. It can be a cooperation between all countries having a stake in this. Where we have to place confidence in the actions of others, we look at their recent performance. And, there is no comfort to be given. If I'm asked, okay, Bijan, go to President Trump and give him 5 reasons that he need not worry about Greenland, what would I tell him? What would I say to him? How would I mitigate the existing risk? We don't have to be as confrontational as we can be.
Okay.
We can be as cooperative as we can be. And that's where I see the picture. The picture is not to add to a world full of turmoil, not to add another layer of problems, is to address the concerns. If they're valid, they must be addressed.
Okay. Carl, I'm going to come to you in a moment, but let me get Rasmus's response directly to that, because by the sounds of what you're saying there, Kian, the US is going to have it, whether it's confrontation or negotiation. It doesn't have to be a confrontation, as Kian is saying, but Rasmus, it sounds like one way or the other.
There's a lot of issues. NATO is going to be impacted. If there is a move by force, it's going to some impact on NATO, which is a greater cost to the United States.
We're going to come to NATO in a little bit later on in our discussion. Yeah, we're going to come to NATO specifically. Rasmus, what's your take on what Kian is saying there? It sounds like it's a done deal. All Greenland has to decide, all Denmark has to decide, is how they hand it over.
We're not going to hand Greenland over under any circumstances whatsoever. And then it's up to the United States how much of a confrontation they want to make out of that situation. Regardless of what pressure they will apply to us, what threats they will give to us, they're not getting Greenland. It's absolutely out of the question. There's 57,000 people living in Greenland. They do not want to become part of the United States. And there is no way we can let 57,000 Danish citizens become part of a country that they don't want to become part of. So
Rasmus, whether or not those 57,000 people or Denmark itself wants to hand it over, if the US wants it, the US will take it.
No. I mean, it's probably the most unjustified land claim in modern history. There is not a shadow of a justification or legitimacy behind it. There's no historical ownership. There is no broken treaties. There's no threat from Greenland. Greenland is a very loyal ally to the United States. Neither Denmark nor Greenland has done anything hostile to the United States. There are no drug lords. There is no illegitimate government in either Denmark or Greenland. There's no excuse for wanting to annex or invade it or whatever the Americans think they can do. We can't decide what the Americans will do, but we are not going to give into it under any circumstances.
Carl, what's your take on this crisis? We've got two very opposing views there. Will they take it? Will US, if Greenland, if Denmark don't, as Kian was saying, take into account these concerns that the US has, do you think the US could go in militarily?
Well, they haven't excluded it, which I think is fairly extraordinary, that they don't exclude taking military action against an ally. I mean, that's unheard of in sort of international diplomacy and international politics. If you talk about the US concerns, I must confess that I have some difficulties understanding that. They talk about, President Trump talks about sort of Russian and Chinese ships all over the place. There's nothing of the sort. No one has seen this particular Russian and Chinese ships except himself. But even if they were, it so happens that Denmark, accordingly Greenland, is part of NATO. We have a joint defense commitment. Even Sweden, as a matter of fact, on paper, has a commitment to help with the defense of Greenland if there were to be any threat that is credible. If there were a threat, if there were a security situation, you bring it into NATO, you bring in the forces that are necessary. At the moment, the assessment that is made by the US military is obviously that there is no threat whatsoever. I don't think, as a matter of fact, that the US has any protection even for its own single remaining base there, against polar bears perhaps. But apart from the polar bears, no one has seen any threat worthy of the name in Greenland. So when Mr. Trump is speaking in these terms, I mean, he's in a fantasy world. I wonder who briefs him, or if anyone briefs him, or if he reads comics. I don't know. It's difficult to understand.
All right. Is he living in a fantasy world then? I can see you grinning.
I have a question that's not answered. If you could please repeat that question. The question is, do you acknowledge or deny, completely summarily dismiss all of concerns of the United States? And if you do acknowledge concerns of the United States, which concerns do you acknowledge? Second question, does Denmark have the capability to build a shield against those concerns alone? Does it have the ability to do that? I mean, we've determined there are two ways to handle this. To take hard positions and ignore each other's concerns is not the way to start the diplomatic process. If we are to go to the diplomatic box, we have to start with simple questions like, do you acknowledge or deny United States concerns? It sounds to me that we're leaning towards denial of all of U.S. concerns.
What are the concerns?
I mean, we're talking about diplomatic process. You said that one should start with the diplomatic process. That is not
China not exploring icebreakers?
Well, I mean, but none. Well, they could have most of their polar research ships are in Antarctica, by the way. And to my knowledge, they've never been in.
Sit down and address the concerns of U.S.
Let me say that if there is a U.S. concern, there are channels to express them, and those channels are both the bilateral with Denmark and NATO. And NATO is there to look at the concerns of for the security of Sweden, Denmark, the United States, Bulgaria, and whatever. We do that together. And to my knowledge, the US has not expressed any concern with the security through the normal channels, diplomatic or NATO. It is just something coming from the president, and no one really understands where he got it from. It's a fantasy world.
Okay,
well, here we go.
Bijan?
You acknowledge 1951 pact, but you're not acknowledging ways to strengthen and enhance it, because the United States believes the pact is not enough. Multilateralism is very good. It's theoretically the way to go. but it takes a lot of time. If you want to do that, tell everyone, stop the activity.
NATO can react very fast. If there were concern for the security of Greenland, an acute situation, and it was brought to Article 5, I think there are quite a number of countries that can deploy forces fairly fast to Greenland, including Canada, United States, Denmark, Norway, United Kingdom. That's what NATO is there for.
Rasmus, let's get your response to that, and then Bijan, I'll get you to respond to both of those. Is there a threat? Is President Trump living in a fantasy world?
Yeah, he is. There is no threat from China or Russia against Greenland. They don't have any activity in Greenland. They don't have a consulate. They don't have mining. They don't own anything. You'll struggle to find even a Chinese restaurant in Greenland. That's how little of a presence the Chinese have. So this idea that they're about to take over Greenland is a complete fantasy. And secondly, I also want to say that we will be happy to take relevant American concerns and talk about them and see what we can do about them. But you have to express them. We don't owe to say that we take American concerns seriously if they don't tell us what they are. And I also want to say that if you start using the logic that Denmark cannot alone defend Greenland and therefore the United States have a right to take it, a lot of countries are going to be in trouble. You know, Ireland can't defend Ireland alone. Portugal can't defend Portugal alone. And they're not supposed to. They're supposed to do their part. Denmark does its part. We've spent about 3% of a rather rapidly growing GDP in 2025. We're the leading contributor in Ukraine per capita. No one else has paid as much to that fight against Russia as we have. And we have participated and taken some of the toughest fighting in Afghanistan, Iraq, and other wars. So we are really doing our part. And if the United States response to a loyal ally like that is, we're going to attack you, we don't rule out using military force against you, and we're going to try to take your territory, then nobody is going to want to be an ally of the United States. The value of being an ally to the United States is dropping like a rock when things like this take place. And it has to stop, because otherwise there won't be a Western alliance. The United States is going to be alone against China, and we'll have to look for other partners. We don't want to do that. We want to continue to have a good relationship with the Americans, but these threats and this idea that they have a right to take territory from so-called allies, that's the actions of enemies. And you can't start negotiations like that and say, now we have to be civil and we have to talk together and you don't have to have a confrontation when you're starting out by threatening with military force against another country.
Okay, Bijan, I want you to respond to that and also bring in the notion that President Trump has repeatedly said it's about national security. The same way he used to say Venezuela was about drugs. But in reality, is this economic? Is this another US resources grab?
Well, how can you separate economics from national security? National security bills are paid by the economics. They're very closely related and interdependent.
So you think that this is about rare earth minerals more than stopping Russia and China from threatening Greenland?
It's all competitive. It's all competitive. What is China after? Rare earth? Critical minerals? Same thing. It's all the same objective. You can paint it in national security color, or you can paint it in economic advantage color. It boils down to the same thing. It's leverage. It's leverage. And the United States is right. I can say confidently that denying the United States concerns summarily and say, no, there should be no concern. There is no concerns. Is like denying China's expansionism and mercantilism and denying Russia's militarization completely. It's like, no, Russia is not militarizing. China is not expanding in grabbing resources. I don't think that argument would stick in any reasonable sense.
No one said that. What is it to do with Greenland?
There are no ships, there are no installations now, but that potential must be. So don't dismiss the concerns of the United States. Address them as you're suggesting. You're saying we should sit down and talk. We're talking, and you're dismissing the concerns in a summary fashion.
Okay, Rasmus, what have you?
Well, you're
what's
talking
got to say?
nonsense, though. You're talking nonsense, and if you call nonsense a U.S. concern, it doesn't make it any less nonsense. You're talking about ships that are not there. You're talking about militarization of China. Yes, that's happening, but it has nothing to do with Greenland. So you have to come up with relevant concerns, and we'll be happy to discuss.
Call it, but when you deny that the ice is melting and opening new sea routes, and when you deny that Russia is after getting those same resources that you're discussing, you're denying the reality. You can call it nonsense or whatever you like. It is a reality.
But no one has said anything about denying that the ice is melting. I think that's the American president that usually does deny that climate is warming up.
Trump is
we already have this.
Just to open up the negotiations. And what I hear here is that there is a desire to solve the problem. As long as there is a desire to reduce this tension, I believe there are ways to strengthen the 1951 Pact and also going to joint investments, do things together. You can explore in a commercial free setting in a way that standards would be applied, not through sneaky ways of doing things that don't look like you're doing anything, but all of a sudden it hits.
Okay, Carl, go ahead. What have you got to say, Carl? I can see you not shaking your head.
No one is denying U.S. firms the right to invest in Greenland under the existing laws, but they haven't done it. I mean,
the U.S. is not
just let Carl finish that point there, Bijan. Carl, continue.
Just not excluding that option.
Just let Carl finish that point there. Carl, keep going.
No. I mean, so I understand it. I mean, you're free to invest in Greenland. I mean, we had a Swedish operated mine there quite some time ago, as a matter of fact, and at the moment there are not very many mining activities there, but there have been companies exploring, I guess, including American ones. It's primarily Australians that are interested at the moment, if I remember it rightly. And I understand that Greenland, they've said so. They are very open to foreign investment. As a matter of fact, they want it also in the mining industry. Then there are sort of environmental and labor and other concerns that makes it and the very harsh environment. And that is the reason, I guess, why there has been fairly limited uptake to the welcoming for investment in Greenland that's been there for all the time. I mean, there is no restrictions whatsoever on the US, more than there are on the Swedes or the Danes, for that matter, if they want to. They also operate under the Danish laws, the Greenland laws.
Okay, I'm going to move us on because I've got an eye on the time. I want to make sure that we can cover Europe's response, and then we're going to get into NATO separately after that. Before we launch into this segment about Europe, I want you to take a listen to this comment from President Trump recently.
I just say this. We need Greenland from the standpoint of national security, and the European Union needs us to have it, and they know that.
The European Union needs us to have it, and they know it. In response, European countries, though, have put up a united front, albeit a rather diplomatic one, in a joint statement by Denmark, France, the UK, Spain, Poland, Germany. They all said that Greenland's future can only be determined by Greenland and Denmark, but they stopped short of outright calling out the US and using strong language against them. As I said, we're going to come to NATO shortly, but Carl, let me ask you, has Europe been strong enough in its defence of Denmark and Greenland, or are they cowering to President Trump?
No, I think they've been fairly clear that they've been very clear on the issue of principle that is there. It so happens that territorial integrity is, it's a rather holy principle. It's a fundamental principle of international law, by the way. And it is very important to Europe. There's a war being fought over that particular issue in the east of Europe, where the President Putin of Russia has said that he has the right to grab pieces of an entire other country. And Europe, as you might have noted, doesn't accept that particular principle. We don't accept anyone else grabbing territories from other countries. So, and that is also why the reaction has been, it might be diplomatic to say, but fairly strong. It's about Greenland, absolutely, but it's also about the respect for territorial integrity, which is one of the fundamentals of international law.
Mm-hmm. Rasmus, I can see you nodding your head there. I mean, there was such this huge outpouring of anger at Russia trying to... oh, Carl, we seem to have... your camera has did a little bit of a turn there. We've got you back? Excellent. We saw such an outpouring of defence from Europe when we saw Russia's actions in Ukraine. Why don't you think we're seeing the same staunch anger, angry words, you know, promises of defence from Europe this time, Rasmus? And is it disappointing?
No, I mean, we've been very happy with the support we've gotten from all European capitals, from Canada and from many others. We're very grateful for that because obviously we're a small country. And we cannot push back against the United States alone. So we need assistance from others. So it's very important. This is not a conflict just between United States and Denmark, but that others back us up. And I think Carl is absolutely right. This is crucial for the world order. You know, it's the most unjustified claim to another country's land we've seen in modern history. I'm actually a little surprised how lazy the claim is. You know, I mean, usually countries would at least come up with an excuse for attacking another country and wanting to take their territory. You know, the Russians are claiming they're lying about how the Ukrainians have mistreated a Russian minority. China can point to historical ownership of Taiwan. Hitler made up that the Poles had attacked him when he had invaded Poland. The Americans who say they have a right to Greenland, they don't have any reason for it except they say they need it. Which is obviously not really a reason. So it's astonishing that they don't stop themselves from this because it's so openly unjustified and crazy. And it would lead to the downfall of the entire Western alliance, which is very, very serious. And no one from the United States will be able to tell China not to invade Taiwan, for example, or any other rogue state that wants to take territory. So, I mean, it's better for everybody that we respect borders. If we don't, we cannot cooperate. That's a very basic principle for cooperation, that we agree on where the border is and where the United States starts and where Denmark starts. And if we don't agree on that, we cannot cooperate, and we can certainly not have an alliance. And we just hope the Americans will start valuing the idea of having allies, because we can do a lot together. That the West is still invincible, and we can do good things for the world. But we're not going to be part of a club where the idea is that you can just take what you want and you can just crush smaller countries if you are a bigger country.
Bijan, does this set a dangerous precedent? I mean, can President Trump stand there and say it needs Greenland for its own national security, but then turn around and reprimand Russia or be concerned about China's eyes on Taiwan? I mean, is this dismantling everything that the post-Second World War security alliance has built up over these generations?
I think you're blowing it out of proportion. I think you're ignoring President Trump's style in asking for the moon and then maybe agreeing to something much lower than that. That's his style. So I think this rhetoric is not going where we want it to go. We're allies. We're allies. On the screen, I see 3 allies, 3 NATO members, Sweden, of course, a recent member. Welcome. Fantastic. We can solve this. We should sit down and talk about it. By saying this is nonsense and this is not true and denying it, it's not going to help. You have to sit down like you're trained to do, as Prime Minister, the former Defense Minister or Defense Committee head. We should sit down and talk about these things. Denial of these concerns, yes, they're strategic. There are no ships. There are no installations. There is no legal basis for taking over Greenland. Of course, we should sit down and address these concerns in true sense, not start from denial, but start from what investments can we grow together? How can we increase the confidence in safety and security and enhancing United States national security concerns? How can we do that? There are many ways to do it. There's no need to do grandstanding and position, just like, countering President Trump with his own style is not going to take us to where we need to go.
Bijan, do you think that Europe could really do anything? Do you think
I'm
Europe
sorry?
could? Do you think Europe could do anything if America does decide to take Greenland, to annex it by whichever means it wants? Do you think Europe can do anything to stop it?
Maybe Europe is changing, but in the last program we brought up the point that Europe could have done things to stop, slow down, or completely change the picture in Ukraine. Europe didn't do that. Europe only took a hard position when things got really, really bad. So I don't know. Europe is an ally. Europe is a friend. We need to have our shared interests focused on and come up with ways to get out of this confrontational. I don't like Trump. I don't like Trump's policies. He's bad for the world. Whatever he says, he's going to be here for another, 3 years. So let's understand that fact. Let's understand we're dealing with a politician that has a particular style, and try and ignore that. Not fall right into that confrontational setup. Find ways. When
that sounds
Okay.
sensible.
All right, Carl, go ahead. Is Europe a friend? Sorry, is the US a friend to Europe and an ally? Is that how it's behaving?
Some of them are not, but I would hope that the US is still an ally and a friend of Europe. But I mean, I can doubt it at times. What you said sounded to me evidently sensible. But that's not where we are. I mean, you shouldn't be surprised. I mean, you talk about the political dialogue.
We need to get there. We need to get there to reduce tension.
Yeah, but you see what happened the other day, for example, when you had the or the deputy chief of staff of the White House, Stephen Miller. He was out in a lengthy interview, which was very provocative. He said essentially, apart from saying that Denmark has no right to Greenland even, he said essentially that might is right. International law is niceties. And the only law that applies in international affairs is the law of the jungle. I mean, you couldn't really expect that there would not be reactions against statements of that sort. And he's not President Trump. He's the deputy chief of staff of the White House. And after that, there was a statement from the White House saying that they are different. They're looking at options for taking over Greenland, and they do not exclude the use of military force. I mean, Europeans would be very, very strange if Europeans didn't react to that.
Rasmus, what do you think? I mean, Europe has always championed this rules-based order and adherence to international law, but across various theatres of conflict, Gaza, Iraq, Libya, it has fueled claims of selective enforcement. Is Europe now paying the price for these double standards?
I'm sure a lot of countries will feel that way because they feel that they've been unfairly treated. I would say we've failed in many things, like Iraq that turned out to be a complete disaster. So, of course, we bear responsibility for having been together with the Americans in some of those strategic mistakes. But we have never tried to sort of go and destroy another country, or we've not used our force to try to grab territory from another country to make it our own. So I mean, I think we try to respect international law, and we don't start wars with others. We also don't threaten others with war that don't pose a threat to us or haven't done nothing to us at all. So I think, I mean, there is a point, of course, that we have to talk to the Americans. We have to listen to their concerns, but it's extremely counterproductive to start threatening with military force. When you get asked the question, can you rule out military force against Denmark? It should be the world's easiest question to answer. And when it's asked again and again, and the Americans keep saying, no, we can't, it's on the table, it's a threat. And objectively, it is a very serious threat that a large country is threatening to take territory from another country. That's almost the oldest threat in the book, the definition of a threat from another country. So you can't expect that you can just say stuff like that and repeat it over and over and over again and then we're going to have a nice civil talk, and we're going to continue to be best friends. So it does have very serious consequences, but of course, I mean, nothing has happened so far, and we hope we can get back on track and have a good conversation. The problem that we have in Denmark is, what can we actually give to the United States that they don't already have in Greenland? Because they already have complete, full, and exclusive military access. They just decided not to use it because there is no threat against Greenland. So they don't have a need for troops up there. So currently they have 150 troops. They used to have 15,000, so they downscaled their own presence by 99%. And now they're saying that they need Greenland for national security, but they already have the full access that they're not using. If they want to do mining, as Carl said before, Greenland is open for it, but you have to put up the investments, which you would also have to do if you own the place. And it's really expensive. The reason there is little mining in Greenland is because mining in Arctic conditions is super expensive. So every type of rare earth that exists in Greenland also exists other places in the world. And the most expensive place to extract them is Greenland, because there's almost no infrastructure, and you have to work on Arctic conditions where machines break down, and you have several months of the year where it's complete darkness and so on. So it's really difficult and very expensive.
Yeah.
And that's the reason you don't have mining. But if the Americans want to do mining, all they had to do was call us, pick up the phone, say, we would like to have another military base. And Denmark would say, fine, no problem, go ahead. We want to invest in mining in Greenland. Okay, do it. There's no obstacles, there's no objections to that.
Okay.
And therefore it's really difficult really to see what can we give them that they don't already have. And that's kind of the problem that we have. They can get a symbolic victory, like they can open another military base or something, and they can claim that they won a victory. But they really already have the option of doing that. So the question we're asking is, why is it necessary to escalate it to a situation where you're talking about invading?
I can answer that.
Okay. All right. Yeah, very, very briefly, Bijan, and then I'm going to move us on to NATO. Go ahead.
Recent surveys show that 85% of Greenlanders don't want anybody to be over them. They want independence. This is not something that's talked about very often as well. That's a reality. Greenlanders want to be independent. Okay, so if they're independent, all of a sudden we have Chinese strong presence, Russian strong presence, the ice has melted, new water routes have been opened, they've been exploited by what could be potentially threats to us. It's not nonsense, sir. It is reality. And by denying it, you're ignoring the possibility of solving, reducing tension. Accept it. Look at it. It's a clear potential. If Greenland goes independent, we face an existing situation. So why are we proactively thinking about it? It's not about, we have no legal standing to invade Greenland. People of Greenland don't want anybody to be over them. This is the surveys. I don't know. I don't have any other data.
No,
okay. All right. I'm just going to interrupt you there, Bijan. I'm going to give it to Carl because I need to keep us going. We're almost out of time. Carl, a quick response from you.
Yeah, very, very, very quickly. It is right. I mean, the Greenlanders want independence. I think that's a long-term prospects, and they all say that they are not ready for it as of yet. But that's for them to decide. But I've never heard any Greenlander says that they want to leave NATO. So from the security point of view, that doesn't make much of a difference. The security commitment from all NATO countries for Greenland would remain the same.
Okay, you bring up NATO, and that brings us to our final segment, because Denmark and the US are founding members of the NATO alliance. President Trump says his annexation of Greenland would not only ensure US security, but galvanise global security as well. But the Danish Prime Minister has a very different take. She's boldly declared that a US takeover would mark the end of NATO. Carl, is she right? Would it be the end of NATO?
It would certainly be, it could well be, but hope we don't get there. If the United States were to invade Denmark or Danish territory, it would be sort of unheard of.
Do you think this is what President Trump is actively seeking, this breakdown of the current world order?
I don't think he's necessarily seeking it, but he doesn't care about the world order. I don't think he's actively seeking it, but it's fairly obvious if you listen to Stephen Miller the other day that things that allies and international order and things like that is not the way they're thinking. It's the application of force, the law of the jungle. That is the way, at least he is speaking. Not necessarily everyone. I think Secretary of State is somewhat more polite, somewhat more diplomatic, but what's coming out of the White House is clearly something that is fairly revolutionary.
It was a bit of a cheeky question, Bijan. I saw you smirking there.
Yeah, it's like I was thinking, can President Trump do anything without being accused of wanting to change the world order and wanting to invade countries?
Well, because he keeps saying he's going to throw out the rule book.
You're hostile. I haven't heard you say one word about acknowledging China's expansionism, mercantilism, and Russia's militarization. These are the two facts. They're the elephant in the room. If we don't address them, we will not get to a solution. We should take a path of reducing tension. That's what I'm trying to do here. My position is not a partisan. My position is a technical one. We have a diplomatic complexity. It requires a diplomatic solution. I don't agree with threats. I don't agree with... we're allies. We should be able... We have two very good frameworks to work with. NATO and 1951 Pact. Why don't we use that? Why do we keep talking past each other and raising the tensions when we have a solution in the horizon? We're looking at it. Let's change the tone. Let's sit down, acknowledge. When someone says Russia is not a threat ever, I smile. Mm-hmm. When somebody says China is not expansionist, I smile.
Okay, all right. Carl, Rasmus, I'm going to bring you in just a moment, but Carl, a response from you?
Just very, very briefly. Russia is a threat. I mean, you might have noticed that we Europeans have spent quite some time trying to get Mr. Trump to understand that Russia is a threat to the European security. And we have been investing heavily in helping Ukraine defend itself, while the American contribution has been, under President Trump, less than impressive.
Rasmus, let me put this to you then. Wouldn't Europe, and including Denmark, including Greenland, be safer if it was in US hands? I mean, this is the biggest military in the world, the full might of the US military right there on your doorstep. Surely that would be a bigger deterrent if what Carl is saying, and Bijan, that there is a threat economically too. The US can invest more and allow, as he says, to make the people of Greenland richer than they ever imagined. Isn't this potentially a good thing?
Not at all, no. Denmark has a very good size for taking care of Greenland. We're big enough to be able to do it.
Even though the majority of people in Greenland subsist on farming and handouts from Denmark?
Greenland. How about cooperation, sir? Cooperation. Let's get out of this confrontation. You keep saying taking over. Put taking over outside the discussion, bring in cooperation.
Okay.
I think that's the way to push it.
All right, Rasmus?
Well, I don't accept responsibility for having a confrontation. It's the Americans that keep talking about militarily attacking Denmark and Greenland. If you don't understand why that gives a confrontation, then you should think it through. You should think it through better.
We'll just let Rasmus finish his answer there.
Denmark has a very good size for taking care of Greenland. We're big enough to be able to help the Greenlanders with everything they need to develop Greenland in the direction that they want it to be developed in. We're also small enough that we don't provoke big powers, and we've been able to keep it as a low tension area. And we've kept China and Russia completely out of Greenland. We've addressed the Americans' concerns in that way. We've allowed the Americans to have military up there so they could use Greenland to protect North America against Russian nuclear weapons and so on, things that could fly over Greenland. So it's worked really well so far, really, really, really well. And the Greenlanders is the one indigenous people in the world that has the most autonomy, the most freedom. There's no other indigenous population anywhere that has that much autonomy in almost independent country. So it works very well for them, and we take really good care of it compared to, for example, American overseas territories like U.S. Virgin Islands, Samoa. If you compare the living conditions, they are much better in Greenland. So it has worked very well, and everybody's been very happy about it. We've had great cooperation with the Americans until 1 year ago, when they started threatening about taking over instead of just calling us and tell us that they needed something else, some more military presence or whatever. They could have gotten it very, very easily. So there is really no need for all this drama and all this this confrontation. But it's not us that's creating it. I mean, you have to understand that we cannot just sit and watch an American president threaten our citizens. People in Greenland are scared. You know, they're scared because they hear these threats all the time. It causes a lot of stress, a lot of anxiety, and it's completely unreasonable to both the people of Greenland, the people of Denmark, and it's unnecessary, and it's destructive for the power of the Western Alliance and for peace in the world.
Okay.
It undermines all attempts to keep peace in the world when a country acts like this.
We're almost out of time. I just want to put a quick question to you, Carl, and then I'm going to come to all of you for a very quick response. But just before we end, Carl, everything that we've heard over the last weeks, months, whether it be about Greenland, Russia, Ukraine, you know, tariffs, are you seeing a different world increasingly where Europe and America are less allies, more adversaries?
Well, I'm certainly seeing a different world where we have a different take on the global order, where sort of listen to the White House is the law of the jungle, and the biggest tiger wins. While we Europeans would like to see as much as possible about a global order where everyone has rights, those with big power and those with small power, because we think that brings more stability for each and every one long term, not only for the big tigers.
Okay, we're as I said, we're just about out of time. Let me do a rapid fire question to each of you. Carl, let's go you first. How does this crisis end? Handshakes or heartache?
I don't know. That's the honest answer.
Bijan, how does it end?
I believe it ends as most matters between NATO allies get resolved. We have frameworks for it. I'm very optimistic. There's no legal basis for taking over Greenland. That's a fact. People of Greenland don't want to be under anybody. They don't want to be, they want to be independent. The fear is that in that independence, they already have deals in there that puts Russia and China right above our head. And that's something that the United States cannot ignore. We hope our allies understand that, and we sit down and talk about it. There are ways. There are many ways to do this. I mean, you gentlemen talked about it, how we can do mining together, how we can do exploration in economic development for the betterment of the life for the Greenlanders and for this tension to come to an end. Why don't we go to that? Why don't we go to partnerships as opposed to confrontation? And it's easy, and I understand, you know, politicians, policymakers need to take a stance, need to take a stance of power and showing confidence to their people. They have to do that. But be careful, because if you do too much of that, you fall from the other side of the roof, and you get away from solutions.
Okay.
Europe and the United States are allies. We have many ties with some countries, permanent and unchangeable relations, and certainly I'm looking at two very important members of NATO, and there is a way to solve this. I'm very optimistic.
Okay, all right.
I don't fall into rhetoric. I try to delve into reality and address things as respectfully as I can. Nobody's opinion is nonsense.
Okay, all right. I have to wrap it up because we're running out of time. Rasmus, how does this end? Are you as optimistic as Bijan is?
No, the next step is likely going to be that the Americans will try to bribe the Greenlanders into leaving Denmark, which is equally unacceptable. Like imagine China going to Hawaii and try to bribe the people there to leave the United States and become part of China. No country's going to accept that. So that will lead to a new round of confrontations. But eventually, I hope things will settle down and status quo will be preserved for Greenland, but we'll have a Western alliance that has been damaged, unfortunately, a lot, and we'll have a Europe that has been, so upset by these threats, and unreliability from the Americans that Europe will look more to strengthen itself, to free itself from the Americans, and unfortunately, not work as closely together as we have before. And I think it's very sad. We don't want it that way, but that's probably what will happen.
It's been a very interesting discussion. We appreciate all of you. It's going to be interesting weeks and months ahead. Bijan Kian, president of the Institute for Voices of Liberty and former US official. Carl Bildt, former Prime Minister of Sweden, and Rasmus Jarlov, Danish MP for the Conservative Party and chair of the Parliament's Defence Committee. Gentlemen, thank you for being on Counterpoints. And thank you to you at home for tuning in to this episode of Counterpoints. Keep up to date with our latest debates and interviews by subscribing to Al Arabiya English on YouTube and follow us on X and TikTok. We'll see you next time.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Al Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello and welcome to Al Arabiya English with me, Micheál Prendergast. I'm here with the UFC CEO Dana White for a special interview to speak about some of the biggest stories shaping the future of MMA, from heavyweight showdowns and Saudi expansion to a historic White House event, Conor McGregor's return, and the future of streaming. Thanks so much for your time, Dana. I'd like to start with Aspinall versus Gane. How important is this for the heavyweight division?
Yeah, this fight's a big deal, not just for the division, but for both guys on Saturday. Obviously, if Aspinall lives up to what he's, expected to be, he should go in there and make quick work of Cyril Gane this weekend. Cyril Gane looked like he was going to be the guy up until, the John Jones fight. And, Saturday night's big for him. If he can go in and beat Tom Aspinall, and the guy's light on his feet. He got great hands, moves like a middleweight, goes to the ground. He's got a great ground game. It's a big fight for both these guys on Saturday, not just the division.
You're going to be in Saudi Arabia next week for Power Slap. Also, the growth of Zuffa boxing through His Excellency, one of your close friends, Turki Al-Sheikh. How influential has he been in the world of boxing?
No, I saw Power Slap and I thought that it could do well if it was presented right. And the live event is incredible. If you go to the live event, you immediately become a fan. And then as far as Turki Al-Sheikh with the Zuffa boxing, it wouldn't have happened if it wasn't for him. I probably would not have gotten into boxing if it wasn't for Sheikh Turki.
And he's a close friend of yours now. What is it in particular that he's adding into the equation? Of course, they're investing a lot of money, but it's more than that, isn't it?
Yeah, listen, in boxing, it's all about the money. The big fights that you want to see don't happen unless, it took Saudi money to make those fights happen. And, I think that he is reinvigorated and kick-started the sport of boxing. So enough to get me interested again. So yeah, what he's done is pretty incredible.
You've called the White House UFC event the greatest card in fight history. President Trump has obviously played an enormous role in this. What has been your opinion of his influence in proceedings?
He was the all of it. He's the one that asked me, you know, I think we should do a fight at the White House. And I said, I'm in. Say when. So, yeah, it was his idea. You know, he's got this big thing about the White House belonging to the people, and he wants to bring more events and more people to come and experience not just Washington, D.C., but the White House.
An octagon on the White House lawn? This surely provides an unprecedented security problem, especially after those assassination attempts. How is the UFC dealing with this?
It's a big issue, but you know, that's going to be Secret Service, and you know, there'll be less than 5,000 people there, and we don't even know how we're going to do ticketing yet. But the Ellipse across the street, there'll be, you know, we can have 85,000 people over there. We'll do screens and a big stage. We're going to basically roll in and take over Washington, D.C. that week. The UFC will.
Conor McGregor has announced on Fox that he's going to be fighting on the card. He's going to be fighting Michael Chandler. What do you think of that?
That's not true. We haven't made one fight yet. Not one fight has been made.
A bit of speculation from Mystic Mac.
Yes, he's speculating. Yes, he wants that fight very badly. I don't think there's any secret about that. He and I actually talked today, and you know, he seems like he's in a good place mentally, emotionally, and now he's got to physically get ready if he wants to fight on that card.
Marvin Hagler, he famously said, it's hard to keep the hunger. It's hard to get up at 5 a.m. and go running when you're sleeping in silk sheets. Yeah. Is that the case for Conor McGregor now?
And on yachts. Yachts make it tough too. But yes, if we can get the motivated, fired up Conor McGregor, you know, from the past back, then maybe he'll be headlining the White House.
You've got a long-standing friendship with President Trump. After the first assassination attempt, he called you. You were on holiday in Italy. You flew back and you gave the opening speech at his next rally. This is surely a testament to your friendship.
Yeah, it was. I mean, it's always an honor. I love the guy, and yeah, I mean, when he calls, you know, whatever he needs. I love the guy. He's been a great friend to me for a long time, and yeah.
During your speech at Trump's rally, you said Trump is a real American badass. How do you describe his Democratic opponent, Kamala Harris?
I don't think I want to go there, but yeah, I listen. Let's just say the right person won the election.
In this White House event, John Jones has stated he would like to be back in the running, or is the timeline too tight?
I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. John retired and he wants to fight at the White House. The likelihood of him fighting at the White House is, I don't know. I don't see it happening.
We just spoke earlier about mentality and hard work as well. There's often a huge plethora of videos online now, often of you and Joe Rogan, Jordan Peterson, often advising young children about work ethic. How important is it today with a softer generation, let's say, to encourage people to work hard, to go above and beyond, to try and succeed?
I don't know. I don't think that. I mean, it's everything. If you have work ethic, if you have anything that you want to accomplish in life, any goals you've ever set for yourself, any dreams that you have, the only way to get there is by hard work. You have to work hard. You have to, you know, lots of bad things happen every day that you have to power through. I don't ever try to come off like I'm trying to be some motivational speaker or anything like that. Most of that stuff is cut up from long form interviews that I do. But there's no secret that I think that this younger generation is soft. And I also think that right now, with technology and all the things that are going on, There's never been more opportunity for young people than there is right now. So I say it all the time, if you got this much of it in you, it's all out there for the taking. Everybody, these kids have opportunities these days that my generation never had. Go get it.
Are you for this?
Very. And I think what makes me even more excited is how excited they are for this. So we've gotten the teams together a few times now, and the Paramount CBS people are so excited about being in business with us. It makes us even more excited being in business with us. Thanks for having me. Pleasure.
What U.S. President Donald Trump started in 2019 may have been taken a bit lightly, but now it's back on the table. Trump has made it clear he wants Greenland to be part of the U.S., and he's not ruling out using military or economic pressure to make it happen.
We need Greenland, very importantly, for international security. We have to have Greenland. It's not a question of, do you think we can do without it? We can. If you look at Greenland right now, if you look at the waterways, you have Chinese and Russian ships all over the place.
So why Greenland? And could this actually happen? Let's take a deeper look. Greenland isn't just a big chunk of land floating off the coast of Canada. It's one of the most strategic, resource-rich, and politically sensitive places on Earth. And here's why. It's huge, the world's largest island with a tiny population of around 56,000 people, mostly indigenous Greenlanders. It sits in the Arctic between North America and Europe, making it a prime location for military operations. And underneath all that ice, rare earth minerals, oil, and natural gas, the stuff that powers everything from smartphones to wind turbines. And thanks to climate change, the Arctic is literally opening up. Melting sea ice is creating new shipping routes and revealing untouched resources. In short, Greenland is becoming a big deal fast. So what's going on exactly? Trump says it's a deal that must happen, arguing that the U.S. would benefit and so would Greenlanders. But here's the thing, Greenland isn't for sale. Denmark owns it, and Denmark's prime minister has said again this idea is, quote, absurd. More importantly, Greenland governs itself. Since 2009, it has brought autonomy, and it even has the right to declare independence. That's right, Greenland could one day be its own country. So yeah, buying it, not likely, but influencing it, that's a different story. The world is in the middle of a new Arctic race. It's a mix of climate change, geopolitics, and economics. Russia's growing more aggressive. China wants in too, calling itself a near-Arctic state and proposing a polar Silk Road. And then there's the US. It's determined not to fall behind. Greenland sits right in the middle of all of this. The US already has military base there used for missile defense and for tracking Russian subs in the North Atlantic. So this isn't just about buying land. It's about securing the Arctic. It's about rare minerals. It's about controlling the future of global trade routes. Now, could this be the next Cold War? Some think we're already there. We're entering what experts are calling the Arctic century. That means rising tensions, increasing militarization, and a race for resources, all happening faster as the ice melts. Greenland isn't just in the middle of that race. It might be the prize. And here's where it gets a bit more complicated. Greenlanders are proud of their identity. Many want independence, but not necessarily to join the US. And while they're open to closer cooperation with America, what do leaders actually think? Let's take a look.
Gør det meget klart, at set med den danske regerings briller, så er Grønland grønlændernes. Det er et meget, meget stolt folkefærd. Det er et sprog, det er en kultur, det er en befolkning, som er sin egen. Og som formand for Naalakkersuisut, Museet i øvrigt har sagt, så er Grønland ikke til salg.
But here's the thing. Greenland still depends heavily on Danish subsidies. Its economy relies on fishing. Mining, still a work in progress. Full independence would be financially risky, unless maybe they strike a new deal with someone else. So the big question becomes, will Greenland choose to go it alone, or align with a new superpower? And where do we go from here? Will Trump push harder? Could Greenland ever switch hands? And are we entering a new age of Arctic competition? One thing's for sure, the world is watching an island most people ignored until now.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end. Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. Protests are taking place in Minneapolis following the fatal shooting of a woman by an ICE agent. The UK Deputy Prime Minister David Lammy meets his US counterpart JD Vance after British armed forces helped seize a Venezuela-linked oil tanker in the Atlantic Ocean. And piling on the pounds 4 times faster, slimmers coming off weight loss injections could gain it back quicker than conventional dieters. Now, protests have taken place in Minneapolis following the fatal shooting of a woman by an ICE agent. Multiple videos show agents approaching 37-year-old Renee Nicole Good's car as she appeared to drive off with 2 gunshots heard. The Minneapolis City Council says she was simply caring for her neighbors. The city's mayor has urged ICE agents to leave. Take a listen.
There's little I can say, again, that'll make this situation better, but I do have a message for our community, for our city, and I have a message for ICE. We do not want you here. Your stated reason for being in this city is to create some kind of safety, and you are doing exactly the opposite. People are being hurt. Families are being ripped apart. Long-term Minneapolis residents that have contributed so greatly to our city, to our culture, to our economy are being terrorized, and now somebody is dead. That's on you. And it's also on you to leave.
To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by Chairperson of the Department of Security and Strategic Studies at the American University in the Emirates, Dr. Ellie Al-Hindi, who's right here in the studio with me, and Editor-in-Chief of the News Movement, Rebecca Hudson, and she's speaking to us from London. Rebecca and Dr. Ellie, lovely to have you on the show. Dr. Ellie, let's start with you. So we just heard there some pretty damning words from the mayor in Minneapolis. It's a very different perspective for what we're getting from Donald Trump's team, especially Kristi Noem, the US Homeland Security figure. So I just wondered, you know, could we see ICE officers responsible facing any prosecution at this stage?
It is possible, and I think this might be the way out of this escalation. But again, the US is going through a period of unprecedented division, unprecedented aggressivity from two sides of an ideological perspective, and such clashes have become inevitable. ICE is being spearheading one of the ideologies, if I may say, and then it is in direct confrontation with many people in many places. Similar to the situation we saw today, I don't think that use of violence was necessary in such a situation, as far as we can see over the video. But again, it could be explained with very high tension and very high, let's say, confrontation whenever these ICE agents are trying to do their assigned duties. Now, the question becomes, are ICE agents following the law to the letter, or has there been some, extra zealotness, extra zeal in the sense of addressing the whole migration issue? And in return, the people who, like the mayor, for example, it is not the position of a mayor to tell a federal agency, get out, or you're not allowed, or anything like that. This will only increase the tension. I think I don't think the situation is going to calm down easily. But again, on the positive side, I think the situation in the US is better controlled and less tension than it could have potentially been. After the election of Donald Trump, I remind you, many media were speaking about an actual civil war in the USA, like actual people fighting in the streets with guns and so on. We haven't reached anywhere close to that. There has been a lot of tension, but so far, I think the system has somehow contained this. I hope it will succeed to do so in this incident also.
Because many people are now asking that question, is this the flashpoint at the moment that could possibly ignite in the US? And I think that's a concern. But Rebecca, you spend a lot of time in America for work. What's been your reaction to these ongoing ICE raids and the protests that, of course, follow?
I mean, what we saw in Minneapolis last night, I think, is a kind of, like to your point, is the kind of flashpoint in the ICE policy. You know, Trump 2.0 has invested a staggering sum of money in ICE in his campaign to sort of rid America of what he would consider, to be illegal immigrant communities. We also know that ICE are not that discerning, and the people that get rounded up and included in these raids are often legitimate citizens, people with the right papers, but who just happen to kind of fit a profile that the ICE agents have been kind of, programmed to target. I think what we saw last night was absolutely devastating, and it reminded me a lot of the George Floyd killing that we saw in 2020. And there's a kind of horrendous irony that this happened kind of, not that far, a couple of 100 yards away from where he was murdered. And I think Dr. Ellie makes this great point, like America is and always been a nation divided, but now it feels like a nation truly polarized. And, the behaviors of ICE versus the kind of counter-ICE movement are both, at high levels of hysteria and operating at this kind of high level of tension. And, what we all watched that video last night in horror, but what astounds me is that you've got kind of almost 50% of America who think that they watched, an ICE agent potentially being kind of run over by a truck. And you've got another half of America that think they watched an extrajudicial killing of an American citizen. And we are in this kind of, and both seemingly have as much kind of credibility and airtime and weight when it comes to the public debate. So I think this feels like it was almost an inevitability when you think about the violence and the hostility of how ICE have behaved, but it is absolutely traumatic. And I think what the fallout from this is really worrying. And I think the calls for calm should not be ignored, regardless of how you feel about ICE, because ICE are armed, lots of Americans are armed, and it feels like, that's these tension points, could have consequences, far reaching what we saw last night, which is worrying for everyone.
And at the heart of this Ellie, we can't forget that it's a lady who's lost her life. As Rebecca said, a US citizen. It's a very polarizing situation because right now Donald Trump's team is saying very different to what the Democrat team are saying. And it seems to be like even when it comes to politics, it's becoming even more and more divided. And of course, the midterms are coming up too.
Very true. First of all, just to say, a 37-year-old lady in her SUV does not seem to be like a life-threatening situation to 4 or 5 ICE-armed agents. They could have handled this in a much better way, no matter what is the situation. But something to the credit of Noam, the concept that she produced or she introduced in her speech is that more cooperation could lead to better safety. In that sense, this is what we teach in security studies altogether. When a security agency is acting in cooperation with the people and together with the people and is receiving the proper support from the general population, it achieves much better results for the security of all the community. When it is acting against the will of the people, then it is inevitable to have these kinds of clashes that could unfortunately lead to deadly results. Both parties are definitely going to use it for their election campaigns, and tensions are going to increase, as you said, very rightly so, from now till the midterm elections. And I think, again, the Republicans need to be very careful how to handle all different things, small and big, from now till the next midterm elections. Otherwise, they will definitely face some kind of a defeat that could see them lose the House and maybe also the Senate.
And that's what we're waiting to see, how this all plays out. Rebecca, you mentioned that earlier, but also it's important to say that Tim Walz is asking, the Minnesota government is calling for calm, and he's also saying not to escalate the situation right now. We've got live pictures on our screens of what's happening there at the moment. Do you think that people will listen to him and maybe retreat and try to do this peacefully?
I mean, we would love to think they would, but I think, to everything that we've been saying, this is a community that is hurting and is grieving. A 37-year-old woman, a mother, lost her life yesterday in the most tragic of circumstances, and an investigation will play out and tell us exactly what happened. But we've all watched that video. And, this is the culmination of an ongoing campaign by ICE in Minneapolis. Trump has had Minneapolis in his crosshairs for a while. They've cut off federal aid for child benefits off the back of the child fraud scandal that saw Tim Walz stepping down. He won't be running again. We have seen Trump use some incredibly ugly rhetoric around the Somali community, of which there's a sizable number in Minneapolis. They've been dialing up ICE activity there for a long time. So this has been kind of boiling under for a while, and then you get this huge tragedy like yesterday. And absolutely, to heed the calls to calm would be brilliant, but I think it's kind of horse-bolted territory, and the sense of emotion on both sides is far too high.
Thank you so much for your thoughts on that, Dr. Ellie and Rebecca. Let's move on to another story now. And the British Deputy Prime Minister, David Lammy, has met his US counterpart, J.D. Vance, in Washington. It comes as Downing Street confirmed the British Prime Minister spoke to Trump over the phone after the US seized an oil tanker in the North Atlantic with the support from British armed troops. So, Rebecca, there's a lot on the agenda for Vance and Lammy to chat about. There's Venezuela, there's Greenland, there's Ukraine. There's lots, let's put it that way. It's been a busy start to the year. But Lammy's not actually there for all of that, is he?
No, he's there to wish America a happy birthday. So America's 250 years old. So he's over there to bury a time capsule and attend a ceremony. But, we know from conversations over here that David Lammy really misses his days as Foreign Secretary. He's obviously now Justice Secretary and Deputy Prime Minister. And so I think he's probably rather relishing this opportunity to be back on the world stage. And like you say, a very packed agenda. I mean, Ukraine is obviously at the very forefront of this government's mind. The cost of living crisis is a huge domestic issue, and I think this government has made the calculation that if it can secure peace in Ukraine, we can begin to alleviate the domestic impact of that war here, which would hopefully contribute to a slightly more successful election for the Labour government in 2029. Starmer has expended a huge amount of political capital on Ukraine. He's got the nickname over here, Never Hear Kiev, because he's always out in Kyiv. And so you would imagine that David Lammy is, out in America today with JD Vance, with whom he has a really positive relationship, quite unusual, you would think, for these two men who have got very opposing worldviews, but to really try and get that US support for the peace deal. We know that Vance has traditionally been very anti-US involvement in Ukraine, considers it, a kind of pointless forever war, that's draining America of money with no kind of consequence. But they've got this bond, and David Lammy is incredibly charming. I don't know if you remember when he used to tweet in French during Brexit to remind the Europeans that we don't really hate them. So he'll be deploying all that charm with JD Vance over the next few days, and I think we're due to hear from them a little bit later, but really trying to get that peace deal signed, as well as talking about all the other many domestic foreign policy issues that you mentioned.
David Lammy, charming. I'm not going to comment on that one. I'll keep that. I'll keep those thoughts to myself. But he does have a bromance with JD Vance. They did go fishing, but David Lammy then got fined for not having the right license. So David Lammy sort of, he's a little bit of a carry-on, but, good on him for going there. So, Dr. Ellie, we learned the UK was part of this mission, RAF actually, was part of this mission to capture this Venezuelan-linked Russian-flagged oil tanker yesterday in the North Atlantic. Do you think that the UK's done this because it needs to carry favour with the US right now? Because NATO has been something that keeps on coming up, and if the US is going to withdraw from NATO, obviously we discussed Greenland. So do you think this is a way of the UK to say, we're here for you?
First, yes, definitely. But let me start with the bromance in that sense. I think it's not bad. It's good to have a good personal relationship between world leaders in general, especially in a situation where the American administration is so individual-centered in that sense, and the personality of President Trump and J.D. Vance and other people plays a huge role in how American policy is made in this period. So it's good to appeal to that personal connection. It's good to have that personal connection. It could break a lot of barriers or of hurdles in potential negotiations. Definitely, as Rebecca mentioned, the key focus of the UK is to find a solution for Ukraine, and they truly feel the Russian threat in that sense, which is not felt in Washington or not reciprocated. So definitely they will be focusing on that. Definitely, I think more importantly, with regards to the whole NATO situation, I think if anybody is able to bridge that gap between the US position and the European position, it's going to be the UK. If they are up to the challenge, if they are willing to play that role, I think they are well placed to play that role. And small cooperations like the issue on the tanker or other things could lead way to more discussions, more convincing of other ways on how to reassure the US on Greenland, how to give the US what it needs in Greenland without actually having an aggressive action against it. An action that is being really questioned by even the strongest supporters of President Trump in the Republican camp. And I was just telling you before the show that Senator John Kennedy, who is a staunch supporter of President Trump, said it would be extremely stupid to have an aggressive action against a NATO member. And he said, I strongly believe President Trump is not a stupid person, so he would not be doing such a thing. It's a very, very controversial issue. But again, Trump has done worse things in that sense. But there's a potential, again, for the role of the UK to bridge that gap between the Atlantic shores.
And it's really interesting because if we go back to the domestic situation, we've been talking about what's happened across the world when it comes to Venezuela, but Keir Starmer in the UK has had heavy criticism, hasn't he, Rebecca, from his own Labour backbenchers for not speaking up enough, for not condemning what was done in Venezuela, because they believe that this could have broken international law, and Keir Starmer's the right person to have called the US out for that. But he seems to have stayed absolutely silent.
Yeah, I mean, I think you could kind of describe the UK's response over the last few days as a sort of muddy puddle, because like you say, we have this incredibly muted response to what happened in Venezuela. Emily Thornberry, formerly of the cabinet, not anymore, Richard Bergen, just two MPs were kind of straight out the traps, calling for Starmer to condemn what we saw as a unilateral act of war, effectively, and certainly a breach of international law. This is a guy who's got a background in international human rights. So it was very surprising, his muted, and his sort of reluctance to condemn what happened. We then have the UK singing about our involvement with the mission, with the operation with the tank. The UK very keen to remind everyone of that tanker's connection to Russia and the breaking of sanctions. The US very keen to highlight that tanker's links to Venezuela. It works both ways. And now we've got Lammy chumming it up with his pal over in the States today. So it's been really confusing to understand kind of where the UK stands on this. But again, I think as we're all saying, our eye is on closing this, getting this ceasefire deal over the line. And if that meant sitting on our hands, that was a calculation that Starmer took. I think it's really surprising. And like you say, disappointed, not only his backbench, but I think lots of commentators and people here who were truly shocked about what we saw happen on Saturday, and very surprised about how okay with it the UK seemed to be.
A lot of the newspapers today in the UK were saying Donald Trump finally picked up Starmer's call because it was the first phone call they'd had since we just saw so many things escalate. So really interesting point of view. Thank you so much. Let's move on now. And President Trump, it's a President Trump show, has announced that the US has withdrawn from numerous international organizations, many linked to combating climate change. Almost half of the 66 groups are related to the UN. Others are centered around gender equality and conflict, which the Trump administration have dismissed as woke agendas. The White House says the decision was made as the bodies no longer serve American interests and promote hostile agendas. 66, that's a lot to pull out of, isn't it, Dr. Ellie? But do you think this comes as any surprise at all?
Not really. I'm surprised it took so long. He had it as an agenda on his campaign promise. He wanted to do it from day one. I don't know why he delayed. Now, it is definitely expected, but what I want to comment on is that it is not only the woke agencies, as he classified them, it's not only the gender issues, it's not only the environmental issues, the climate change, which people who are close to Trump's ideology might agree on withdrawing from these things. But he took it a lot further. He's withdrawing from key international cooperation institutions. He's withdrawing from the UNESCO. He's withdrawn from the World Health Organization, things that are key to, let me say, the basis of multilateral diplomacy. And this is a multilateral diplomacy that the US have put in place. The US has been the leader in so many aspects for the past 100 years. We definitely know that isolationism is a recurrent thing in the US foreign policy. We understand that, and it is partially understandable if you want to focus on America first. But is this feasible in a world of today? And what would be the consequences of breaking down all, let me say, paths or forums of dialogue in the international scene, where you have some key leaders around the world that are potentially very harmful to the international community altogether. I think multilateral diplomacy is the core value that you should not deviate from, even if you don't agree on specific agendas. But unfortunately, this is what Trump is doing.
And actually, the UN chief says he regrets US withdrawal from multiple international organizations because the United Nations gets so much funding from America. But Rebecca, what kind of impact could these withdrawals have on a global scale? Because we know America has so much soft power around the world, be it in Africa, in Latin America. It's widespread.
Yeah, I mean, this is really significant. You know, like you say, of the 66 bodies that he's withdrawn, half of them are from the UN. So firstly, it represents potentially a massive undermining of the UN, and to your point, a staggering kind of reduction in the UN's ability and its funds to enact change. You know, you also then have America, which once kind of was a proud leader in the kind of climate change, climate science area. You know, under the Biden administration, we had the IRA Act. You know, they were proudly kind of leading the world when it came to green energy. And by undermining their, and, you know, by kind of reducing US involvement, you also don't set a great example for other nations who should also be trying to adhere to these doctrines and policies. And significantly, we should remember that, you know, that in the future, the amount of refugees caused by climate change and the climate crisis is only going to increase. So that destabilization of, you know, the global population, of immigration, of migration and refugees, you know, if we don't tackle the climate crisis now, you know, how the world looks, how our populations are distributed will look very, very different from where it is now. And countries like the US, countries in Northern Europe could potentially bear the brunt of that, as well as kind of, you know, within, you know, intercontinental African immigration as well. Like it could really shift the way the world looks. And then finally, this is going to cost America kind of trillions of dollars. There's loads of money to be made from green energy. You know, the Rust Belt isn't making cars anymore. It needs to make EV batteries, or, you know, it needs to be making electric cars. And that kind of investment won't be coming to the US if it doesn't have any creds in this space. So I think, you know, the implications of this are numerous. And I suppose it's always worth remembering, isn't it, just quite how much money the fossil fuel industry donated to Donald Trump's 2024 presidential campaign, and how this is part of his ongoing reduction and undermining of climate science and the climate consensus.
Dr. Ellie, just thinking about this, because we're also talking about the fact that he has pulled out of UN organisations, include those working on peace and democracy, family planning, maternal and child health, and sexual violence and conflict. And we look slightly across the world and we look at Venezuela. We can make a parallel to that right now. And look, Maduro has been removed from power there. But a lot of people are asking the questions, if the US is pulling out of these kind of agreements, who's going to help rebuild those countries who have suffered so terribly under regimes? Because it's normally the US and the UN that do that.
Definitely. I mean, the work that is done by the UN, in spite of all criticisms that you might have about some corruption, about the veto power of major powers, about different things in the UN, the very huge work that the UN does on every aspect in the world, be it health, be it children, be it all kind of aspects, is very crucial to the world we are living in today. And if this system collapses, it's going to be huge consequences, as Rebecca was saying, not only on countries who are on the receiving side, but also on countries who are the donors or the funders of the UN. They will suffer the consequences of such a collapse, and then the flood of problems that will result out of that. We definitely need to remind ourselves that the whole international law and the international governance system is held together by the willingness of the big powers to abide by it. Now, if we are seeing the big powers, be it Russia, China, or the US, move out of it, then the whole system is risking to collapse, and the smaller countries will be suffering a lot from this.
Thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Now we're going to move on to another story. People who quit weight loss injections like Mounjaro and Wegovy could pile on the pounds 4 times faster than those who follow traditional diets. Data published in the British Medical Journal says those who lose around a fifth of their body weight could regain 0.8 kilos every single month. That means users could regain their pre-treatment weight in around a year and a half. I must say something, Dr. Ellie.
Are we still speaking about Trump? Because the whole episode is about Trump.
Well, no, because you know what, actually? I must say something when it comes to Donald Trump. He loves talking about fat jabs, doesn't he, Rebecca? I always see this clip that's gone viral of Donald Trump, and he always says, oh, I have this friend, and he called me up, and he was like, Don, I've been on the fat jabs, and they haven't worked. So Donald Trump's invested in the fat jabs.
We made the connection.
Yeah, so we made a connection. But anyway, let's start with you, Rebecca, because a lot of people are saying, well, kind of, we knew this was obvious, these findings. So what's the big deal about it?
Yeah, I mean, I think these are modern marvels. I think you know, GLP-1s are an incredible marvel of modern medicine. What they can do to people, the fact that we can alleviate the symptoms of obesity, I think is absolutely incredible. And I'm not hugely surprised that if you come off the injections and you haven't adapted your lifestyle and your portion control, you put the weight back on. And we were talking before, weren't we? But in the UK, there's a little bit of a taboo about whether people are taking these fat jabs, and everyone likes to tell you that they're fasting or they've started going to Pilates, when actually they're doing the Sunday night injection of Wegovy. And I think actually if we kind of don't, you know, kind of ignore the taboo, have the open conversation and actually kind of have the conversation that you need to sort of take these in conjunction with adjusting your lifestyle, that, you know, that's where we need to get to. Or alternatively, if these need to be a kind of lifelong medication like a statin, that's also okay, because I think the kind of, you know, the benefits far outweigh the negatives of this stuff. You know, the amount of money that the NHS spends on, you know, alleviating the, you know, the cost of obesity. The UK is the fattest country in Europe, one of the fattest in the world, to be crass. You know, so we need this support to get our workforce up and running, to alleviate the pressure on the NHS. So I think we should all just kind of ditch the shame. Whoever's taking them, you know, talk about them with pride. You know, it's taking responsibility and autonomy over your health. And let's kind of accompany it with a bit more education about how to make them effective. But I think they're brilliant. Me and Donald agree.
I agree too, because I must admit, Dr. Ellie and I are in Dubai, and there's absolutely no taboo around the fat jabs in Dubai. It's open. Everyone discusses it, don't they? You say, oh, you look great. And they're like, oh, I've been on Mounjaro. You know, it's very open here. So maybe the UK should adopt a little bit of what we think about them here in Dubai. But
what do you think about them?
What do I think about them? Myself, I think I actually agree a little bit with Rebecca. I think, Dr. Ellie, these are revolutionary. I think especially for so many people who have health problems. And also, a lot of people aren't exercise people. They don't want to have to go on a restrictive diet and write down the calories they eat every day and weigh out their food. This is kind of an easy fix to get people onto the journey. It's not all an easy fix, but, you know, it's that helpful momentum that people need.
I tend to disagree. I'm definitely, for those who know me, I'm not a fit person who's all about the gym and so on. Neither am I a thin person, but again, for me, seeking the easy, thank you, a good heart. Taking the easy fix, taking the easy way out is not a sustainable solution and is not without potential side effects. Definitely, these are a very revolutionary advancement in medicine if we use them as a medicine, if we use them when medical cases, when health issues are at stage, and if we take them not as a trend like it is here, but as a situation that needs that bit of a support for that person to become, as you said, to be on the healthy track. People who don't use them in that manner have either one of two choices: either fall back into gaining the kilos as soon as they stop, or continue for their life, continue the rest of their life on these things, which is a huge expense, which is a huge potential health risk in that sense. So I don't see it as a solution. I don't see it as a treatment. I see it as a potential assistance for a specific period of time for specific cases that could potentially put the person on the right track.
Oh, okay.
I convinced you. I feel I convinced you.
I do think it's an interesting conversation because, you know, Rebecca, you mentioned cost there, and these jabs are extremely expensive.
Yeah.
And actually, in many ways, we could argue that they're quite trendy. So I don't know what you think of that. Often we follow a trend and then we become used to it.
Yes, no, I think there is a sort of trend element to it, and there are also lots of people that are using these, these jabs who don't have the kind of morbid obesity rates that they're invented for. You know, we're seeing it with lots of famous people. We won't libel any of them, but I'm sure we all know who we mean. But I think absolutely, you know, it can be a trend-based thing, but I think these are transformative, and I think, you know, obesity has got, you know, from kind of mobility to mental health, you know, to heart disease, you know, you name it, it's associated with so many awful conditions. And I think the idea that maybe it is a shortcut, maybe it is a trend, but I think, you know, if we can maybe invest more in research, you know, kind of make people use them responsibly, not like a trend, I think these could kind of transform the human race. And considering how bleak everything else is at the moment, I'm really hoping Dr. Ellie will let us have this one and tell us it's a good thing.
And guess what, Dr. Ellie? They're actually going to bring out the pill. So you'll be able to take a Wegovy or a fat loss pill now. So you don't, if you're scared of needles, you don't have to inject yourself. And they're saying that this is even going to be more revolutionary.
So you're going to do and eat all the bad things, but then satisfy yourself with the pill.
No.
That will take it all away.
No, Dr. Ellie, what these do is they suppress your appetite so you don't want the bad things. So that gets you on the good track when it comes to healthy eating. But I think you should let Rebecca and I celebrate this and join us on our side, or else I'll be taking you to the gym. Anyway.
That's a punishment.
Yes, indeed. Now, it's that time of the show where Rebecca and Dr. Ellie have chosen two of their quirkiest stories of the day. And Dr. Ellie, yours actually kind of links with this fat jab chat.
Yes.
And let's start and tell us about the members of a Bradford mosque who've actually gone viral, and that's because they're men doing Pilates.
Well, it doesn't link with the jab, it links with finding a way to have a healthy habit or a healthy lifestyle. And it is that mosque in Bradford where the secretary of the mosque came up with a bright idea of actually helping the men, especially those who are over 50, get back in a healthy life cycle, get back in a healthy body through organizing Pilates classes. He took the video of it, he posted it, and it became really viral. Not only because it's cute, not only it's unusual for men to go for Pilates, but also because of the fact that it is a mosque. It is a faith-associated institution that is promoting Pilates, which in some places could have been understood as a taboo, be it in Christian faith institutions or Muslim faith institutions. They're not very encouraging of things that are approached in this way. I think it is a very nice thing that happened. I think it has made a lot of benefit for the people who are part of it, and why not? It is nice to watch, and it's worth being viral over the internet.
Rebecca, I absolutely love that this has gone viral, because one thing that we can see from this class is it brings people together. It brings men together of different ages. You say over 50, but I'm sure people of different ages. And it's also quite a bonding experience, isn't it? Not just religion, but exercise.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's great to see kind of a group of men together, kind of learning something new. Like you say, a little bit of exercise, but probably more important than that, just kind of maybe meeting someone that you didn't know before or reconnecting with a neighbour. I think it's really wholesome, and I completely agree. It deserved to go viral. And it's lovely to get these kind of videos on your timeline, isn't it, amongst all the other news that we have to watch.
Yeah, absolutely. Dr. Ellie, will you come to Pilates with me on the weekend? I'm going.
Unfortunately not.
You're not? Are you busy? Okay, that's fine. Because I always love, I go to Pilates quite regularly, and I do love it when the men join the class, because I think it's quite nice.
Just because of that, or just because it shows how incompetent they are in Pilates?
Yeah, both. But those men in the Bradford Mosque look really good, so I just want to say that. But Rebecca, we're going to move on to your story now, and it's all about US visas being granted to those deemed gifted and talented. Who are we talking about here? Tell us more.
Yes, well, meet the new A-listers. So these are the recipients of the kind of highly sought-after O1B visas, which are these kind of gifted and talented visas normally given to actors and musicians. And sort of since the pandemic, the majority of these visas are now going to OnlyFans creators. I'm sure you guys are familiar. It's a platform where people are able to make content and connect with their fans. It is staggeringly successful, and there are lots and lots of kind of incredibly wealthy and influential people on it. And it just kind of reflects the shift, that this used to be used by sort of, trained actors from RADA who wanted to go to America and make their fortune. And now it's a very different kind of talent and celebrity that is receiving these visas, and everything from the number of followers you've got to the number of brand deals you've had are now being kind of considered, by the Department for Immigration in America, which just I think is fascinating. It's worth remembering that this visa was invented for John Lennon. So we really have we've kind of come quite a long way from, from kind of one of the most talented songwriters of all time to OnlyFans creators. But it shows, the way the world is going, maybe.
Saucy celebrities. Not bad idea, isn't it? Saucy celebrities into the US.
They bring the attention, they bring the money in. Why not? It's a good, attractive idea for one of the many attractive ideas of the Trump administration, I guess. But again, comparing the situation to see where we were and where are we now and who is called today an influencer and who is called today a creator, I think we're going downhill somehow.
I do find it absolutely fascinating because, we talk about influencers and we talk about creators. I'm probably a little bit too old for the influencer era, that had passed me by the time it came in. I wasn't 25 when influencers came in. But I don't know about you, Rebecca, but I feel like it's really changed the way that I shop or I look at different things. Because remember, years and years ago, we used to get a magazine and then they would say, oh, that movie star has this clothing on. Now I'll go on Instagram, I'll see an influencer who's got the latest gym kit and I'll probably click on it and buy it. It's just so easy.
It's absolutely changed, hasn't it? Exactly like you say, the kind of the A-listers, the people on the cover of the magazines, that was who you wanted to kind of look like and, whose advice you followed. Whereas now, these influencers, you can follow them all day. You can watch their get ready with me routines, their workout routines. You've met their husband, their mum, their kids. They're basically friends. And, that kind of parasocial relationship that I think we have to call it now, is really powerful. And, and very clearly these creators have got a huge amount of influence, a huge amount of economic power. And America, as you say, Mr. Trump has noticed. We won't ask how he found out about them, but is welcoming them with open arms.
But you also mentioned something I liked. You said OnlyFans pays a lot of tax. And that's something that I think we've got to give it credit for, OnlyFans.
Yes, it's one of the biggest contributors of capital gains tax in the UK, far more than Starbucks, far more than petrol firms. So, it's a good business. They're responsible capitalists. And so, again, America, smart move to get more of those creators in.
Why not? At least something good is coming out of it.
Yes, indeed. Thank you so much to our guest today, Chairperson of the Department of Security and Strategic Studies at the American University in the Emirates, Dr. Ellie Cohanim, who was here in the studio with me, and Editor-in-Chief of the News Movement, Rebecca Hudson, speaking to us all the way from London. And that's all from us on W News Extra. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and follow us on X. GNT will be coming up next. Goodbye and thank you.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs. But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you in-depth discussion with leading experts every weekday here on Arabiya English. I'm Tom Burges Watson. Coming up today, we'll be speaking to the former chief of staff of the ousted Venezuelan president, Nicolas Maduro. I'll be asking him what kind of a man Maduro is and whether he saw Saturday's event coming. Anger in Minneapolis after a 37-year-old woman is shot and killed by a U.S. immigration agent. We ask what happened. And we'll also be getting the latest on the humanitarian situation in Gaza, where deadly Israeli airstrikes continue despite a ceasefire deal which was signed in October. Hello and a very warm welcome. We begin with the latest on Venezuela, and the U.S. administration says it's now taking control of Venezuelan oil. Well, after seizing 2 sanctioned tankers, the U.S. says it will oversee oil sales indefinitely and decide where the money goes to. Well, Venezuela's interim leader, Delcy Rodriguez, says the country is still open to doing business with the United States, but she acknowledged that the capture of her predecessor, Nicolas Maduro, had left a stain on relations. However, she insists that energy ties with the US are not unusual. Well, let's get some insights now. We can speak to Temir Porras, who is Nicolas Maduro's former chief of staff, and he's also the managing director of Global Sovereign Advisors. He joins us from Montevideo. Thank you very much indeed for joining us, Mr. Porras. Let me start by asking you, when you first heard that Nicolas Maduro had been captured last Saturday, what was your immediate reaction? What went through your mind?
Well, thank you for having me. My first thoughts was to think about my country and the people in the capital that were suffering the military attack and the bombing of the city. May I recall that, of course, it is unusual and exceptional in Latin America to be involved in this type of military operations, being the subject of a military invasion. So my first thoughts were with my country that was being attacked. There was a great deal of anticipation, though. The military buildup around Venezuela from the United States has lasted for months. It is nonetheless a shock to see when it happens. And unfortunately, I have to mention that irrespective of what some might think about the Venezuelan politics or the personality of President Maduro, it is indeed a violation of international law to unilaterally attack a country. It was the case for Russia in Ukraine. It is the case for the United States in my country. But once again, after that, my immediate thoughts were also that we needed to recover the stability, the peace, and prevent any further attacks like that from happening again in Venezuelan soil.
Right, and as you mentioned, there had been the military buildup in the seas off Venezuela for quite some time before this happened. I mean, knowing President Maduro as you do and his personality, do you think he was genuinely shocked by what happened, or do you think he thought this was coming? Do you think he sensed this, the writing was on the wall?
I imagine that President Maduro and, in general, the Venezuelan leadership were expecting, even though trying to avoid this attack, were somehow ready for it, in the sense that nobody would imagine, of course, the Venezuelan army or the Venezuelan society having a chance of confronting directly in a conventional military conflict the most powerful army in the world. So the diplomatic efforts were centered around preventing the attack. I imagine that the moment it happened, of course, both the president and the rest of the leadership were mindful of the severity of the crisis. And I think that that has shown in what happened afterwards, meaning that the efforts were put in preserving the Venezuelan institutions, guaranteeing stability. There was some also, after the attack, some sense of reason coming from the United States in the fact that they, despite kidnapping or withdrawing the president from Venezuela, left the current authorities in place in a sign that there is an acknowledgement that the country needs to remain stable and peaceful, and not re-editing the negative adventures that they were facing in other countries when full-blown military invasions plunged countries in chaos. So I believe that that is a relatively wise decision after the military attack.
Right, and based on your experience of working with Nicolas Maduro and knowing his personality, and I should just add for our audience's benefit, you worked for him during the years 2007 to 2013 when he was foreign minister. You were his chief of staff. How do you think he'll be coping, knowing what he's like in a detention facility in the United States?
Well, definitely, this is probably the biggest challenge in his life, and of course, he has declared himself as a prisoner of war. The issue here is whether the United States, the international community, is ready to set the precedent that, or whatever accusations that may be formulated within the internal legal system of the United States. This legal system can enforce those decisions through police and military operations all around the world. This is called the long arm jurisdiction, meaning that the United States considers it can go and enforce its law within the territory of other countries. I believe that contradiction is going to be weighing on the what is expected to be Mr. Maduro's and his wife trial. I would just point out that I believe that all the rhetoric that was mobilized before the military action, which was around drugs, which was around the political situation of the country, has somehow rapidly vanished to give place to the interest, the real interest behind this operation, which is the vast mineral resources of Venezuela and the focus on the oil resources and controlling the oil industry of the country.
Okay, but I mean, the stuff about the drugs, I mean, I know that's been widely reported in the media. I mean, but yesterday we spoke to the CIA's former station chief in Caracas, and he basically said Venezuela is a narco state and that Nicolas Maduro was the kingpin in that organization. I mean, how would you respond to that?
I would just respond with, the assessment of international organizations and people knowledgeable of that type of activity. Yes, Latin America is a region that produces drugs, but Venezuela is not a hotspot for the production, for instance, of cocaine, which is produced mainly in Colombia. It is well known that if the concerns of the U.S. authorities is fentanyl, it is not produced even in Latin America. And when it gets to Latin America, it goes through the United States, through the Mexican border. So somehow it is strange that these accusations has been focusing on Venezuela. Also, very recently, as recent as yesterday, the Department of Justice of the United States dropped the inclusion of the so-called cartel, called Cartel of the Suns, Cartel de los Soles in Spanish, as a narco-terrorist organization because they couldn't prove its very existence. Again, who could imagine that such a cartel or a narco state exists with a president at his head, and at the same time making the decision, and this is a decision that the Trump administration itself has made, to preserve the members of the Venezuelan government and the members of the Venezuelan state in place because they deem them more capable than any other option to run the country. So I think this argument was, like in politics, accompanying the narrative to build up the pressure around Venezuela. But again, I'm not an expert. I'm not a lawyer, and we'll have to see how the process goes. But I think that in general, that designation for Venezuela is not necessarily accurate.
Okay, so you're saying that the drugs accusations are somehow fabricated, although, as I said, the CIA's station chief, who was there some time ago, said that that was indeed the case. He also told us about the presence of the not even hidden presence of people from Iran, people working for Hezbollah. Clearly that was a thorn in the side of the Americans. They didn't want those people in their backyard in Latin America. I mean, can you understand why that would have angered and riled Washington?
Yes, of course. I understand the nature of international relations, and I can understand that a country that doesn't align with the foreign policy or desires of a country like the United States can be somehow disturbing. But I would like to recall that doesn't make it legal for that country to attack or conduct military operations in that place. That it remains to be demonstrated that Venezuela, again, as a country, is a actual threat to the United States, or that it took explicit hostile activities against the United States. And I think that that is more than obvious that it's not the case. Even the scale of Venezuela, being a relatively modest country in size and in power, imagining that it could pose a material threat to the United States is also something that can be challenged. And I would also like to state the fact that sometimes the fact that the government of a country, in this case Venezuela, has relations with governments that are not on the same side of the United States doesn't mean that the society as a whole, which is a complex society, is under the influence of these governments, or these foreign governments or groups. Anyone knowing Venezuela, and I travel there regularly, knows that this is a Latin American society that has by no means any coincidence or similarities with countries that can be respectable, but that are very, very far away from Venezuela. And so again, I think that in the world of geopolitics, sometimes these statements are mobilized in order to justify the actions of the government that mobilizes them.
Right, but I mean, the US does designate Hezbollah as being a foreign terrorist organization, so it's sort of understandable that they wouldn't want them. I mean, what are they doing? What are they doing in Venezuela? I mean, why harbor people like that?
They're not. The thing again. I find the statement in itself even difficult to conceive. Exactly, I would ask myself the same question that you're asking. What would Hezbollah do in Venezuela? Venezuela is a Catholic country that respects all sorts of religions and communities. It's very remote from the I would say the tensions and the conflicts that one can experience in the Middle East. For me, that even that statement makes little sense. But once again, since the name of this group attracts rejection, I think it is mobilized in order to somehow make Venezuela look like a threat that I believe is not material. Once again, I would ask anyone with knowledge of international relations and knowledge of Venezuela to provide material proof that statement is true, and even to explain how it would make any sense.
Okay, we'll obviously have to see what emerges from the legal proceedings in the United States. Let's go back to talking a bit about Nicolas Maduro, the man. I mean, away from the cameras, what was he like to work for? What would you say were some of his personality traits or characteristics?
Well, I think having worked with him a long time ago as a foreign minister, I would say, again, he was a politician that grew up the ranks of Chavismo through a mixture, I would say, of political skill. That is one thing that can be said. He was a skilled political articulator that managed to go up the ladder of power, and in 2013 became the president of Venezuela. Other than that, I can tell you, I mean, us Venezuelans and Latinos tend to be rather joyful and open people. I think he was no exception to that, but I can, like in many other political characters, you need to separate the personality of people and their behavior in private and the political decisions that they make in their responsibility. So again, I don't think there is a necessarily a connection between these personal traits and the decisions that he made afterwards, more than a decade ago, after we worked together at the foreign ministry.
Have you maintained contact with him at all? I mean, when, for example, did you last see him or speak to him?
No, because I left public office in 2013. Even if I keep a permanent contact with my country and the authorities of the country, I never had to interact again directly with them.
Okay. We've heard President Trump in a newspaper interview he gave yesterday, I believe, in the New York Times, saying that the United States is going to dictate Venezuela's decisions and control oil sales indefinitely. I'd like to ask you if that sounds realistic to you. And I'd also like to ask you, as a Venezuelan, how it makes you feel to hear your country discussed in those terms.
Well, I think the world, and Venezuela is no exception to that, are used to President Trump's peculiar rhetoric that can sometimes simplify the situation, but at least sends a clear message. I would tend to believe that the very fact, for instance, the example that the Trump administration and President Trump himself decided that there needed to be a Venezuelan power structure and a Venezuelan government in place, ensuring the continuity of institutional life there, is the very translation that, yes, on the one hand, the United States has the upper hand. They have the military force. And they have the ability, of course, to make demands to the Venezuelan society. But on the other hand, the practicalities of it require the Venezuelans to be in charge of the day-to-day life. I think that he's referring, of course, to his interest in U.S. companies that had been present in Venezuela, but not at the scale that he would desire. May I remind that today Chevron, one of the large international oil companies from the United States, is operating in Venezuela. But there are others, of course, who would like to return to the country. I think he speaks about that and somehow pressuring the authorities of Venezuela into opening up the oil sector for these companies. But at the same time, again, when he refers to an indefinite period of time, if I remember well, the United States is an electoral democracy, and therefore I imagine that even the oil companies will be mindful that there are cycles in the U.S. politics, and that there will be elections probably in a few years, and that any decision that is made today would have to be guaranteed as a continuity beyond the political cycle. So again, I think he is speaking about a period of time that is covered by his own presidential term.
We've talked a little bit about the leadership in place still in Caracas. I mean, they face a really tough job, don't they? They've got a real tightrope to walk here between defiance, presumably for a domestic audience, cooperation with Washington. Do you think that Delcy Rodriguez is a temporary placeholder, or do you think she's going to be able to be a long-term partner and keep both sides happy?
That is a big question, and it depends, of course, on the strategic objectives of the United States, chiefly, and also of the Venezuelan political actors. What I do believe is that the decision that was made by the Trump administration to leave the government in place, and this government being headed by Mrs. Delcy Rodriguez. By the way, it is the Venezuelan constitution that has this article that says that should the president be absent, it is the vice president that takes over, and she was the vice president of President Maduro. And at the same time, there is no secret that Venezuela and the United States had undergone negotiations between themselves previous to the attack, that U.S. officials and Venezuelan officials, Mrs. Rodriguez herself and Mr. Rubio, were parts of the delegation. So somehow these adversaries know each other, have engaged in conversations before. And I believe that the Trump administration came to the conclusion that because Mrs. Rodriguez had been Minister of Finance, Minister of Oil, is a relatively young politician, skilled, that has showed pragmatism in the conduction of the very challenging situation the Venezuelan economy is, and at the same time, this legal base. I think the mixture of those factors, made them come to the conclusion that she was fit for office. How long this arrangement will hold, I believe it depends on the strategic objectives. Again, this is about oil, and in my opinion, it will be linked to her ability to find practical ways with the U.S. To relaunch Venezuela's oil industry and to give the Venezuelan economy, which is probably the number one concern of the Venezuelan people today, but for years, the Venezuelan economy to recover and make Venezuela a prosperous country again.
So are you somewhat optimistic that, in fact, although the circumstances of the last 5 or 6 days have been really exceptional and I think have taken everyone by surprise, do you think perhaps ultimately something good might come out of this, and that perhaps Venezuela will have a happier decade ahead of it than the past decade?
Yes, I would describe my assessment as cautious. I think that everybody is aware that the alternative to the current situation is more violence, more military attacks, potentially, internal turmoil. We have seen how these situations in countries like Iraq or Libya have gone down the road when the military hubris somehow doesn't give place to some political strategic thinking. And I think that in the situation of Venezuela, despite the fact, again, that I am somehow outraged by the fact that my country was bombed, some sense of rationality seems to emerge. And this conservative, if you will, decision of privileging stability and long-term prosperity or prospects of peace for the country, yes, somehow make me hopeful that at least my country will not be engulfed in a full-blown chaotic situation that could be harmful for everyone.
Okay, and just lastly, Mr. Porras, and you've been extremely generous with your time. There's a lot of speculation around the world that the same tactics that were used in Caracas on Saturday could be used elsewhere. Some are talking about Havana, some are talking about other places around the world. What are your thoughts? I mean, do you think there's a bit of a who's next a question being asked right now, and what would be your hunch?
Well, I can only take note that a military threat that was considered by some as just an argument in order to make the Venezuelan government make decisions has been put to execution. So, yes, the current government in the United States is not only capable of mobilizing threats, but it's capable of executing it. And I think that, when we look at the bigger picture, first in the region of Latin America, the military intervention in Venezuela has that effect of warning other countries of the fact that the United States is decided to use force if necessary in order to fulfill its agenda. So, yes, there is an element of that. That is, I believe, a risk, an enormous risk for Latin America that has been a peaceful region for decades now. Venezuela is neighboring to Colombia. a country that was subject to civil unrest and violence for decades, and that was seeking peace for years now with negotiations and with diplomacy. So there's a risk that Venezuela and the region, could be engulfed in further violence. And beyond, we have seen statements not only regarding Latin American countries, but other regions of the world, Greenland, which is formerly part of the European Union. So I think, yes, there is a risk for that. But that risk, in a way, must be prevented, one, by naming things by their name. I mean, there is who could conceive a world where international relations are just settled through force and military force. This is very dangerous. So things should be named. And then, of course, privileging frank dialogue, frank diplomacy, and hoping, once again, that the reason, as in the case of Venezuela, in the aftermath of the attack, can prevail, and that political leaders can be responsible, bearing in mind, again, of the risks of general conflict around the world, and the risks that poses not only for the people, but also for the world economy.
Okay, well, we're going to leave it there. We really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Tamir Porras, former Chief of Staff to Nicolas Maduro, Managing Director of Global Sovereign. Well, thank you very much indeed for your time, sir. Now, Minneapolis is on edge after an ICE agent shot and killed a 37-year-old woman by the name of Renee Nicole Good. Well, that incident has sparked fresh controversy over the Trump administration's immigration crackdown, and bystander video footage captures the moments before and after that shooting.
Shot at somebody. What did you do? Shame! Shame!
Hey, step back!
This guy has a gun. They're firing guns. You shot someone! You shot someone! All the way back!
Distressing scenes there. Well, the U.S. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem has defended the ICE agent's actions, saying that the victim weaponized her vehicle and tried to run him over, calling this an act of domestic terrorism.
ICE agents repeatedly ordered her to get out of the car and to stop obstructing law enforcement, but she refused to obey their commands. She then proceeded to weaponize her vehicle, and she attempted to run a law enforcement officer over. The ICE officer, fearing for his life, and the other officer weapons. This domestic act of terrorism to use your vehicle to try to kill law enforcement officers is going to stop. And I'm asking the Department of Justice to prosecute it as domestic terrorism.
Meanwhile, the Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey has slammed the federal government's claim that the agents acted in self-defense and demanded that ICE leave his city. Well, after the shooting, protesters took to the streets, expressing their anger and calling for ICE to leave the state. Well, to discuss this further, I'm joined by Republican strategist and lawyer Amanda Mackey, who joins us from Florida. Amanda, a pleasure to have you with us as always.
Thank you.
And we're also joined by David Kusnett, former speechwriter to President Bill Clinton. David, great to have you with us again as well.
Good to
Amanda,
be with you.
Thank you both. Let me start with you, Amanda. A 37-year-old woman was fatally shot by a U.S. immigration agent on Wednesday. What's your understanding of what happened?
Well, I've watched the video, and if you watch it in slow motion, she certainly had the opportunity to stop, get out of the car, and comply with federal law enforcement. She chose not to do that, and there were repercussions, and unfortunately, it was fatal. I think the fact that you have someone who's willing to give her life for illegal activity, for illegals, criminals, when she's a mother of 3 children, really tells you that people's priorities are not aligned. They should be focused on what their, responsibilities are instead of working against federal law enforcement, which is what she did. And unfortunately, she's now dead. So law enforcement is going to do its job. She could have easily run over the officer that was in front of her. And that's in essence what I saw on the video.
Okay, David, does that tally with your understanding of how events unfolded?
I saw it a little differently. As I saw it, she was swerving the vehicle away from the officer, and the last shot was fired at her when she was moving away from the officer. I'm not sure it's a good idea if you're stopped by a police officer from any level of government to get out of the car. I don't think people are advised to do that. Trying to find the bigger picture in this, I remember that President Clinton used to say, we're a nation of immigrants and we're a nation of laws. We need to enforce our immigration laws, and we also need to enforce them in a lawful way. I think that what happened yesterday was a terrible tragedy. I would not blame the woman who was killed. And we need to have some accountability for what happened. We need to have some oversight over what is going on. And we need to have some effort by every level of government and public officials from both parties to find some way that we can enforce the law in a way that respects the law.
And David, do you think ICE has got a culture issue in terms of how it operates? Do you think they've got the wrong approach? Do you think they're too heavy-handed? Do you think they need to have a bit of a rethink?
I think we need to have some oversight to find out what their culture is. There's been quite an expansion of their role, quite an expansion of the number of agents. We need to find out how they've been trained, what instructions they've been given, and there needs to be some oversight. And when I'm talking about congressional oversight, I'm talking about a Congress that is run by the Republicans, but that does have Democrats, and you need to have members of both parties conducting some oversight over what is going on and what is being done in the name of the American people. There's certainly cause for concern. I think what happened yesterday is a terrible tragedy, and it's cause for concern, and it calls for some accountability and some oversight.
Amanda, your response, cause for concern, needs some oversight. How would you respond to that?
Well, I just want to take this back and say I certainly would not drive off if law enforcement was pursuing me or trying to talk to me. I mean, that's not what you do. So in that event, what happened was she was basically trying to get away from police officers who were trying to stop her. And this really goes back to really progressive leaders in this country telling people to defy law enforcement. That is never a good thing. So when you have the mayor of Minneapolis come out and say, F these people and, get the F out of our state, you're not setting the right example no matter what. Tom Manger, who is a police chief, was for many years in the surrounding areas of Washington, D.C., was on MS Now, certainly a liberal channel. And he was saying, this is not what you do. She should not have done that. And so I understand, and believe me, as she is a mother of 3, I can't comprehend how tragic this is for her and her family. But in that moment, we have to understand why she was driving off, knowing that there are multiple federal law enforcement agents there. So I want to get into the minds of what people are thinking when they're doing these things. I wouldn't do that. I don't think you would do that. But the fact that they're doing this, I think, has a lot to do with what progressive leaders in this country are telling people to do. And they shouldn't be. And that's wrong. So I think it's really important to take it back to who the leadership is in this country and why they're telling people to not abide by federal law enforcement.
Right. I mean, just to pick up on what you're saying there, Amanda, so Minneapolis officials telling ICE to get out of the city and get out of the state altogether. I mean, do you think they will?
No, I don't. And in fact, I think President Trump is now even more inclined to send federal law enforcement, Department of Homeland Security. Scott Besson of the U.S. Treasury Department has said that, his folks will be there because there is rampant fraud in that state. Now, this is different than what's happening there. But if you have smoke, you have fire. And so this administration wants to make sure that whatever is happening where money's being funneled from American taxpayers that's supposed to go to American indigent children and families, but instead is being funneled to al-Shabaab in Somalia, that we get to the bottom of this. And so there is, in my opinion, there's nothing wrong with wanting to do the due diligence that the state of Minnesota clearly has not been doing. Our tax dollars have been funneled to terrorist organizations, and we need to get to the bottom of this. There is a federal nexus. There's a federal nexus with immigration. There's a federal nexus with the U.S. Treasury. And again, I say this on your show a lot. I say it when I'm on TV a lot. This is what people voted for. They voted for tougher on crime, get the illegals out. That is something that President Trump campaigned on. This is not a shock or surprise to anyone. But that said, President Trump did say, we're going to be focused on criminals.
Sure, David. Okay, jump in, David.
That's fine.
With the back up for a minute, I'm not sure if I'm hearing the other panelists saying that Nicole Good was trying to run over the ICE agent or that she was trying to escape from him. I'm not sure how you could be doing both in real time at the same moment at a time when her adrenaline must have been flowing. I also worked for an earlier generation of Minnesota political leaders. I worked for Walter Mondale, showing my age, I worked for Walter Mondale in 1984. I think there's a great tradition of decency among Minnesota progressives. Hubert Humphrey, Eugene McCarthy, Walter Mondale, Amy Klobuchar. And these are people who respect the rule of law and who also believe that the rule of law has to respect regular people, including the most vulnerable people. There's Americans all over the country, not only in Minnesota, who want to watch what ICE is doing. They don't think people in mass, law enforcement officers in masks should be functioning in the darkness. And they go out and watch what ICE is doing. They're not doing that because Tim Walz told them to do it or because Amy Klobuchar told them to do it. They're doing it because their conscience calls upon them to do it. And it's not without risks, as we saw yesterday. And I don't think that whatever Nicole Good woke up in the morning yesterday to do, she expected to be doing any harm to a federal officer, or she expected that it would cost her life. And I don't think any reasonable person, and I would include the other panelists, I don't think any reasonable person believes that she deserved to die, and yet she did. And we need some accountability. We need some oversight over what happened. And I don't think that anyone needs to be afraid that this will be loaded against ICE or loaded against the administration, because as President Trump would say, they're holding most of the cards. But you do need some accountability and some oversight in a situation where public officials and investigators who are not inclined to take ICE's word unchallenged, where they get a chance to ask some questions and look at the video. I don't know if you want to look at it in slow motion. I don't know if you want to play it backwards. I know if you look at it as it was shown on networks last night, it is very concerning, and we need some oversight and we need some accountability.
Amanda, how do you respond to that?
Well, look, the evidence is all going to come out. That's clear. But I think if you watch the video in slow motion, and I've actually read a lot this morning on people that are of the liberal mindset, the conservative mindset, why did she want to flee? When you're trying to be detained and you flee, you expect that there could be repercussions. And again, I'll go back to my first statement. This is a mother of three. She wants to harbor illegals instead of focusing on, wait a second, if something happens to me, I won't be there for my children. That mentality is what is really scary to me, that someone would be willing to, and I'm in agreement with you. I don't think she thought she was going to lose her life, but something terrible could have happened knowing that she was escaping from federal law enforcement. And I think this comes back to what I said, where you have leadership in the Democratic Party pushing this message, pushing where you don't have to, you can resist. You don't have to stand there and talk to an agent. You can say this or you can leave. That is not the case. And this is unfortunately the reality of what's happened. So look, no one wants to see anything like this, but the reality is this is happening. And Minnesota is ground zero right now. And anyone in Minnesota, the governor has said he's bringing out the National Guard. I do think that things are going to escalate because of what happened. But as far as investigating and oversight, 100% we want to see that. But also, if you've seen the slow motion video, a lot of people, Democrats and Republicans, seem to agree. Why did she walk away? To include police chiefs who are not necessarily conservatives.
Okay, well, she's been labeled a domestic terrorist who weaponized her vehicle. David, what do you make of that kind of language?
I'm trying to figure out, I mean, I don't know if you're watching it slow motion, you're playing it backwards, you're watching it as it was shown over the networks. But I'm having trouble, and I'm not an expert on this, but I'm having trouble figuring out how she could simultaneously have been running away and trying to run the agent over. It seems like the two don't go together.
Well, if there was an agent in front of her
I think she's somebody
trying to drive off,
to watch
then
what was
she
going
is putting
on.
his life in danger.
And to the point about being parents of young children, if you look at the civil rights movement in the 1960s and the 1950s, or the Montgomery bus boycott, 1960s, there were a lot of people who were parents of young children. Martin Luther King was the father of young children who went out and fulfilled their obligations as they saw them as citizens and bore witness and witnessed what was going on. I don't think that the other panelist wants to say that the parents of young children cannot observe and protest injustice. I don't think she's anti-family. I'm sure that as we all are, she's pro-family.
They're trying to detain her and she's driving off. This is not a peaceful protest. I don't see that as a comparison. I believe, and, we can talk about this more broadly. Iran right now, you see people are taking to the streets and demonstrating, knowing their lives could be in danger. But what she did is she drove off, and she did put another law enforcement agent's life in danger because he was in front of her. That is just not something a reasonable person would do. They would stay there and they would, provide whatever identification or whatever it might be. That's what I would do. I would think that that's what you would do, but she didn't. And unfortunately, we now have a fatality.
Do you think she's a domestic terrorist, Amanda?
I don't know her background. I don't know anything about her, but if someone is unlawfully doing something to harbor someone who's illegal, then she can be labeled things based on her actions, based on what she's done. And again, I don't know exactly what happened. Until I know, I don't want to label anyone, especially someone who's deceased. But I would say that whatever she was doing, it doesn't seem like she was doing something that was lawful.
David, in terms of, what the reaction has been in the United States, where do you see things heading to? Could this become a massive national flashpoint of the kind we've actually seen in the past?
Well, it could become that, and it shouldn't become that. I just want to reiterate the point that the way to prevent a tragedy like this from becoming a flashpoint is to have accountability, have oversight, have hearings, have an investigation where the American people get to learn what was going on, and we get to learn whether the agency and whether the officer behaved properly. And I think I'm not a lawyer, but I think it's a foundational principle in this country that law enforcement has to respect the law and has to respect the citizens. And we need to find out if that in fact was going on. And if, as was said earlier, whether the internal culture of and ICE, which has been very much expanded in terms of its mission and in terms of its staffing, whether they have an internal culture that is conducive not only to enforcing the law, but to respecting the law and to respecting the rights of their fellow human beings.
Amanda, how effective do you think the combined Trump administration efforts and those efforts of ICE have been in terms of curbing illegal immigration in the US these last, what has it been, 11 months?
Well, I think if you look at the statistics, we don't have border crossings anymore. We were in the tens of thousands in the Biden administration, and that's what people voted for. And I think people have to remember that. Like him or hate him, that's what people wanted. And people crossed over, even Hispanics. He won by wide margins with Hispanics who don't want to see their communities plagued with crime, overridden with people who are coming here illegally, taking their jobs, all of these things that Americans want the safety and security of. Now, I am an immigrant to this country myself. My family and I, we sought political asylum. We came here the legal way, grew up in the DC area. My father practiced medicine for almost 15 years before he became a U.S. citizen. That's the legal process. That's not what was happening under the Biden administration. And the American people were fed up with it, including immigrants like myself. And so I think it's really important that we look at the stats, we look at what the numbers are today, and we look at things like Laken Riley, for example, someone who was gunned down by a Venezuelan who had committed crimes before. This is something we hear a lot in communities throughout America, and Americans don't want to see that anymore. So President Trump is doing exactly what he campaigned on. And again, like him or hate him, this is what the people wanted, and that's what we voted for. We voted for this.
David, how do you respond to that? This is what the American people
I don't
voted
think
for.
anyone voted for what we saw last night. And I think that the consensus
no one voted
position,
for someone to be shot down. We're not even talking about someone who's an American. We're talking about illegals.
Let's let David make his point.
And I think the consensus position is what President Clinton, and I wouldn't be surprised if the President Bush has also said this, and President Obama. I think the consensus position is that we're a nation of immigrants, as the other panelists, I think, eloquently said. We're a nation of laws, and we're a nation where we enforce our laws, but we do it in a way that respects the law and that respects the rights of human beings. And we need to, again, I just have to repeat, we need to have an oversight process and a process of accountability and some effort to reach across party lines and not see this as a wedge issue. And clearly, if it's going to be used as a wedge issue, it's going to benefit the Republican Party and not the Democratic Party. So the Democrats have no interest in making this a wedge issue. We need to make this in some way a bridge issue where we find a way that we can defend our borders, welcome legal immigrants, respect the rights of human beings who are here, because people have inherent rights as human beings, not only as citizens, but as human beings, and find some way to move forward from what we saw last night.
Okay, and just as we sort of bring this conversation to a conclusion, I mean, what messages do these tactics by ICE send out, not just domestically, but to the wider world? Amanda?
Well, I do agree in that, the messaging is really important. And I want to say that, we have a judicial branch that is separate and apart from politics. They are, of course, appointed by presidents, but that's the whole point of the judiciary system, is that, of course, this is going to be brought before the court and there could be hearings in Congress. And so, I feel very confident that, all of this will be laid to rest when this does go to the judicial body. That said, I think that we have to look at the leadership once again in the Democratic Party. They have tried to thwart the president and the president's orders at every step. I don't remember Republicans ever saying, don't do what Joe Biden is saying. Don't do what Joe Biden is trying to achieve to keep safety or security or to secure the border. I don't remember Republicans doing that for President Obama. So why is it that for President Trump, you have all these Democratic leaders, elected leaders, saying, don't listen to him? He's the president of the United States. You may be the mayor, you may be a state official, but your job is to not tell people to disregard the law, disrespect the law, and not abide by the law. I think that is really the problem. And so the Democrats on messaging need to, understand that they can't just be telling people not to abide by the law. The president is going to set policies and do what he thinks is in the best interest of keeping the homeland safe.
All right, Amanda, you had the first word. I'm going to give the last word to David. David, please feel free to comment on that. And also, I'd like to get your comment. Just also want to get your comment on.
A few days after.
I want to get your comment on what message you think all of this sends out to the rest of the world.
January 6th. We're only a few days after January 6th. And I remember Republicans saying that Joe Biden wasn't even legitimately elected president. I remember people storming the Capitol to try to overturn an election. I remember somebody who later became president saying that Barack Obama wasn't a legitimate president because he questioned his birth certificate and questioned whether he was whether he was eligible to be president of the United States of America. So Americans are not required to obey the president. Americans are required to accept the results of an election and to recognize the fact that the president is president, and you can disobey him, you can disagree with him, but you should not try to overturn his election by force and violence and stopping and storming the Capitol. And you should not question the citizenship of the president of the United States.
Fair enough. And can I just ask you to answer that one question about what you think these tactics by ICE send out to the rest of the world by way of a message, David?
I think there's a human tendency, whether, as the other panelists said, in Iran, and I think we joined together in supporting the protests in Iran, whether it's what happened in Tiananmen Square in China, whether it's what happens in Venezuela. I think there's a human tendency to at least find some sympathy with an unarmed person who is challenging an armed and masked officer. Sometimes the armed officer, if not the masked officer, may be in the right. But I think there's a human tendency, it's certainly an American tendency, to side with the person who seems to be on the receiving end of violence. Well, but not to side, at least to have some human sympathy and want to hear what the story is.
Okay, well, we're going to have to leave it there because we're out of time, but really appreciate you both taking the time to speak to us. David Kusnet, former speechwriter, President Bill Clinton, you had the last word. Thank you to you. And thank you as well to Amanda Mackie, regular on the show and Republican strategist and lawyer. Thank you both very much indeed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, turning our attention to the Middle East, the US President Donald Trump is expected to announce a Gaza board of peace next week. That's according to US sources. Well, this move is part of the ceasefire agreement, and the board, which President Trump will chair along with about 15 world leaders, is set to oversee a yet-to-be-formed Palestinian technocratic government and supervise the reconstruction of the war-torn Gaza Strip. We can speak now to Olga Cherevko, who is a spokesperson for the Office of the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs, known as OCHA. She joins us now from Amman. Thank you very much indeed for joining us, Olga. Just first of all, a basic question. I mean, what's the latest you can tell us about the current humanitarian situation in Gaza right now and how it's evolved since the ceasefire deal took effect in October?
Thanks so much for having me, Tom. I think there are several aspects about the evolution of the situation. In many ways, it remains very, very difficult for the people on the ground because, of course, they are still displaced. There are still not enough supplies entering, and the damage and the impact of the war is still very, very present. What we saw after the ceasefire came into effect is an opportunity. And we took this opportunity and made sure that we spared no effort to address the needs of the people on the ground. So what we have done is, of course, we have been scaling up our assistance on all levels to make sure that the key priorities are addressed, because there was, of course, when the ceasefire first came into effect, everything was a priority because almost everyone was displaced. There was not enough food. There was difficulties with getting everything in, and a lot of these impediments remain, which is why the situation continues to be difficult. We've also had a very difficult winter, so there's been several rainstorms in November and in December, and that had washed away thousands of shelters. People have lost everything that they had once again and became displaced again. And there were all these shoreline communities as well that we had to go and assess and make sure that the most vulnerable people got the assistance that they needed to at least have some of the most basic shelter needs addressed.
Okay, so you've covered lots of points there, and I'm going to go into some of them in a bit more detail. But I mean, most strikingly is that, you know, a ceasefire has been in place for, 3 months now, and yet people are still being killed and still being displaced in different parts of the Gaza Strip. And I'm just wondering, what is the sort of the humanitarian access situation, and what is the overall security situation for people and humanitarian workers on the ground there?
So I think the ceasefire, again, offered these opportunities for us to access areas that we couldn't access before. And we are reaching places that were completely off limits for us during the wars, during the months before the ceasefire. And so this access and these opportunities have given us the chance to reestablish our presence, to reestablish services, to reopen and build new temporary learning spaces, for example, healthcare facilities, clinics, repair some of the hospitals, repair some of the water networks, and allowed us to reach the people better. But of course, we still have areas that remain challenging to access. We still, as you said, have strikes ongoing. We have exchanges of gunfire and various other impacts that are affecting both our operations and of course they are impacting civilians on the ground. So we still have quite a few challenges remaining. We still have also, because of the storms, because of the destruction and the war, the roads that we are now taking within Gaza, many of them are still destroyed. There's of course still tons and tons, thousands of tons of rubble remaining, which are also impacting our ability to move around, and the limited number of roads that are still remaining operational.
Right, and a lot of people packed into, dense situations. The camps are extremely crowded. And I want to pick up on what you were saying about the winter weather, and obviously we covered the flooding and the winter storms on this channel. And I'm just wondering, coupled with the hygiene situation, a lack of clean water, has that translated into an uptick in illnesses, diseases? What have you been seeing?
Yeah, I think this has been an issue all along, and of course we're seeing even more acute situation now because of it, because I would say the water, sanitation, hygiene elements, as well as the lack of shelter, adequate shelter, and these materials are actually some of the things that we need the most to address the public health crises, the spread of disease, the risk of various waterborne diseases, and any type of diseases that spread when people live so closely together without adequate sanitation, without adequate access to water. And these are some of the challenges that we continue to face in this area, because a lot of the materials that we need, a lot of the spare parts, the equipment to rehabilitate networks, to repair, to remove rubble, to remove sanitation, or to remove solid waste. They're very difficult to get, and we have a very difficult time bringing this equipment and these spare parts into Gaza. So this is preventing us from addressing these issues at their core. So every time there's a new flood, every time there's a new rain, we face similar issues that then contribute to these public health crises and the spread of diseases and sanitation issues and all sorts of things.
Okay, and judging from what you said at the beginning, aid is getting through to Gaza, but clearly not in the quantity that would be deemed adequate. And I'm wondering why that is and what the main obstacles are to aid getting into the people that need it there in Gaza.
So a lot of it is still some of the same challenges that we had before the ceasefire. And these are these sort of bureaucratic administrative impediments that we face in bringing these items in. Again, it's not always about how many trucks or pallets of things enter. It's about the actual content of these pallets and these trucks. So we have, for example, on a positive note, we have been able to resume our distribution of food rations to meet 100% of people's caloric needs. We've been able to do this in January, this January, for the first time since in over 2 years. So this is a great thing. But then there are many other areas that are extremely lacking. And that area, one of these areas is shelter, for example. Wash is another area, water, sanitation, and hygiene. So we are not able to bring these materials because of the various impediments. So these are customs clearances, restrictions on INGOs to be able to bring their supplies. And again, these items that I mentioned that are considered dual use and things that are restricted for us to bring into Gaza.
Right, and I mean, humanitarian operations in Gaza are facing challenges as it is, but there are more challenges on the way, not least the fact that Israel has revoked the licenses of dozens of international NGOs. UNRWA faces a massive financial crisis and has laid off a lot of staff. I mean, how are these two events likely to impact the lives of civilians there in Gaza?
So we are, of course, very, very concerned about these developments, and it has been an issue for quite some time now. What concerns us the most is the fact that NGOs and, of course, UNRWA, they're an integral part of the response, and any further impact and restrictions on their ability to operate would hugely impact our response. Because in all reality, if we are being honest, we do not have, as the UN cannot. We do not have the capacity to basically step in and fill in for the gap that would be left if the NGOs were not able to operate. So if you look at virtually any area of the response, the healthcare, the water, sanitation, the education, the protection services, NGOs are contributing a massive portion of this response. And so as the UN, we just simply would not be able to compensate for that gap. So it's a really serious issue. And of course, it would have a massive impact on the ground, which already the situation is not great to begin with. And we do not want to see it further deteriorate. Okay. And just lastly, Olga, I mean, are there any messages you'd want to convey to governments or to donors who might be watching, in terms of what needs to be done there in Gaza? Well, I think the message, our message remains the same, and that is that we want to have the access, the unimpeded, rapid and sustained access throughout Gaza for us to be able to bring the supplies that we truly need, the critical equipment, the spare parts, the education supplies, everything that is lacking here to address the needs of the people on the ground, and also to address these issues from their core and from their root issues. And of course, the funding is very, very important because the ceasefire doesn't mean that the problems have gone away. The ceasefire actually means that a lot of our work has just started now. And we need to continue to scale up this work. And we can do this a lot faster and more effectively, more efficiently, if we had this access that we are asking for, and these constraints and these impediments were removed from our ability to operate.
Okay, well, thank you very much. We really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Olga Cherevko, spokesperson for OCHA in Amman. Thank you very much indeed for speaking to us.
Thank you, Tom.
Well, we're joined now by Amjad Shawa, who is the director of the Palestinian Non-Governmental Organization Network in the Gaza Strip. And just for the benefit of our viewers, that is an umbrella organization of more than 140 Palestinian NGOs. Thank you very much for joining us. Let me start by asking you about something that's been in the news the last 10 days or so. Israel has ordered dozens of international NGOs to shut down. And I know that the NGOs under your umbrella are domestic Palestinian ones, but what is that going to mean for you? And what is this order going to mean for ordinary people who rely on aid?
Thank you. Just to remind that Israel banned UNRWA, the backbone of the humanitarian structure in the Palestinian territory, mainly Gaza Strip, since March 2025. That no aid for UNRWA, no international staff of UNRWA could get in Gaza, which has also severe implications of the situation. Today, we are commemorating 3 months of the ceasefire, and still the humanitarian condition is very critical. And such decision taken by the Israeli occupation to ban tens of international NGOs who worked in Gaza for tens of years, mainly in the last 2 years of the Israeli war in Gaza. And they are, very vocal, and they are engaged in the humanitarian operations on the health sector. They are running tens of field hospitals, clinics, and they are working to receive thousands of patients, injured people. At the same time that they are working also malnutrition centers, on water, sanitation, in different humanitarian sectors. Any banning of this work and restriction of this work of these organizations will have severe impact on the humanitarian conditions in Gaza, which mean more deterioration. And at the same time, these kind of civil protection monitors of the humanitarian and the human rights situation in Gaza, they will be banned and denied to enter Gaza. Already on last Tuesday, Israel denied the entry of number of these aid workers, international aid workers, working with this organization to the Gaza Strip, which mean that they cannot observe the situation, they cannot issue reports about the humanitarian situation in Gaza. So Israel is trying to silence these organizations inside and the other side to deepen the humanitarian catastrophe in Gaza Strip.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of humanitarian organizations and NGOs have been politicized, and a lot have been targeted by Israel. How dangerous is it for employees, for people who work for these NGOs in Gaza?
As you know, that Israel asked through its new application for registration of these NGOs for kind of security vetting for the national staff of these NGOs, which is a grave violation to the humanitarian principles, to the international law, also to confidentiality of the information, and could be considered as kind of high risk, since Israel killed more than 700 of the aid workers. So this thing that Israel asked for is really risky, and it's considered us also as kind of grave violation. So these NGOs refuse to hand the names and the information that Israel asked for, and this is unprecedented order all over the world in other contexts. So Israel trying to impose something that's never happened in any other context, and these staff members who are working in hospitals, in aid delivery and centers, and also in different humanitarian sectors, will affect surely the humanitarian situation in Gaza Strip. So we are calling for protecting these aid organizations and at the same time their aid workers.
As you mentioned at the beginning, it's been 3 months since the ceasefire deal came into effect, and I know that there have been outbreaks of violence since then. More than 400 Palestinian people are reported to have been killed in these past 3 months. There is one very rare piece of what looks like it could be good news from Gaza, and I want to get your opinion on this. I know that more than 90% of schools were damaged or destroyed in Gaza, but some schooling is reported to have resumed there in Gaza. What can you tell me about that?
Yeah, this is something that which create hope in the Gaza. The temporary learning spaces, which was created by intents under the rubbles of the schools, that they managed to find out spaces in the yards in order to create kind of education centers for these students who lost 2 years of education. And now they are resuming all of that. There is no furniture, no supplies. At the same time, Israel denied the entry of the education materials. And I'm here urging all international actors in order to pressure Israel to let in the educational supplies, whether pencils, pens, colors, papers, printing books for these children who are in bad need. And furniture, there is no furniture at all. They are sitting on the wet sand in order to get part of their lessons. It's kind of strong resilience messages from these children, how they are keeping forward the issue of education. This is the only thing that gives us real hope of the future.
Okay, so that is indeed a rare source of hope and optimism there in Gaza. What about events thousands of miles away in Washington? Are you optimistic that progress is being made towards proceeding to the next phase of peace in Gaza?
Although that Israel didn't show any commitment on the first phase, whether on the entry of the aid supplies, also the Israeli daily violations on shooting towards the Palestinian civilians. Today, there are 6 people were killed. Yesterday, there is a tent of displaced people was airstriked. So these kind of grave violations will continue also on the issue of restriction of the entry of supplies to Gaza, whether the heavy machineries and other medical supplies and food and other supplies, which is in need to rehabilitate part of the infrastructure, mainly the water pipelines and the sewage networks. Also to remove part of this solid waste, which is about 900,000 tons of solid waste, which became kind of big risk for the Palestinian health and the environment. But we never lose hope. We hope, although that this step forward, the established formulation of the peace board and the technocrat committee is too slow motion, and we are urging all actors in order to push that this plan to be applied as soon as possible, with the commitment from all actors to be applied for the sake of the Palestinian civilians, for the children, in order to start Gaza recovery and construction. We hope that next week we will receive this news that of the establishment of these bodies in order to help to navigate, and in the same time the Israeli withdrawal from all of Gaza Strip. Israel recently controlling by military 60% of the Gaza Strip. So this one of the big issues for us, the Israeli withdrawal from the Gaza Strip in total.
Right, and just lastly, I mean, it's been a very busy start to 2026 for people in newsrooms around the world. A lot is happening, and there is a real risk, isn't there, that Gaza's humanitarian crisis risks being somehow forgotten or buried in the news cycle. Is that something you're concerned about?
Yeah, I do. Although that Gaza was in the center of all the news all over the world, now it's back, and sometimes it's not mentioned. We know, and we know how much the world is boiling here and there, but there is also 2.2 million Palestinians who are suffering minute by minute, second by second, because of these Israeli attacks, these Israeli grave violations and crimes against the humanity committed here in Gaza. We are urging all actors, all the media, in order to put Gaza again on the center, till Israel withdraw and respect its obligations on the international law, also on the peace plan. And this is also, we call on the Americans themselves in order to play this role, to pressure the Israel to make respect. Also that we are calling for justice. More than 72,000 people were killed. We have 10,000 people who are missing. There is mothers here who are calling to find out the bodies, any signal of hope for these families. So we urge everyone to work hard in order to help us to go forward, the second phase, with all hope that we have.
Okay, well, we really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us, and we'll certainly continue to follow developments very closely there in Gaza. Amjad Shawa, thank you very much for your time, sir. Well, that is all we have time for on Global News today. Thank you very much indeed for watching. Be sure to join us tomorrow for a look back at some of the best interviews of the week. Until then, goodbye.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and then so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years,
economic shifts, or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Istanbul, definitely a glory of the world. Istanbul bridges two continents, marries civilizations that highlights the best of the Roman, Byzantine, and Ottoman empires. Take a look and see. Perhaps the most popular among tourists is taking the Bosphorus cruise in Istanbul. They say a trip to the city won't be complete without taking this route. It provides a majestic overview of the city, taking both European and Asian shores. You'll see century-old places and mansions to marvel at. There are also several options of cruises to take for your convenience. The Hagia Sophia is definitely a sight to see too. It's a splendid church-turned-mosque-turned-museum that's considered one of the world's greatest architectural treasures. Also head over to the Archaeology Museum in Istanbul. It is considered one of the city's hidden gems, displaying one of the world's richest collections of classical antiquities. Here, you'll find the marvelous sarcophagus of Alexander the Great, depicting important phases of his life, the blue-tiled Karaman Marab, the beautiful tiled pavilion, and the Treaty of Kadesh, which is known as the world's earliest surviving peace treaty. When it comes to shopping, Istanbul has its Grand Bazaar. You can go bargain hunting to your heart's delight. It is over 500 years old, but still one of the largest covered bazaars in the world. Locals visit the place every day to shop and bargain like pros. The Grand Bazaar is also known for its carpets, leather, ceramic, jewelry, plus souvenirs you can bring home. Not to be missed are the local markets that will allow you a taste of different cultures of continents. Turkey's kitchen is in fact known to be the richest of all. Their dishes are known to be made with only fresh produce. Plus, you can buy the ingredients firsthand at the local markets. Then, of course, you can't miss the Galata Tower. It is one other way to see the best of the city. You'll get a 360-degree panoramic view of Istanbul. Its very high tower also has a restaurant and cafe for you to dine in at the 9th floor. Feel free to enjoy the view and the food too. Definitely a great way to see, experience, and absorb the beauty that is Istanbul. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
Take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics, and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake, and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
My campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on The Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans. Welcome to a W News special interview on Arabiya English. Carlos Ghosn, the former automotive executive once hailed as a turnaround genius for Nissan and Renault, has become a figure as notorious as he is celebrated. From leading major global car companies to a dramatic arrest in Japan and a daring escape to Lebanon, his career is marked by both remarkable achievements and controversy. Today, Ghosn joins us for a special interview, telling us he is the victim of the justice system of Japan and France and sharing his perspective on Lebanon's plans to normalize ties with Israel. Carlos Ghosn, thank you so much for joining us today. I just want to start with the fact that Nissan is currently facing significant financial challenges and appears to almost be going from bad to worse. What is your advice to the struggling car company you actually saved from bankruptcy?
Look, I think it's difficult to give any advice 7 years after having left the company in the conditions that you know. Because to give a good advice, you need to really analyze the data from inside. You need to understand exactly what are the weaknesses. You need to see the numbers. You need to see the executives. But the bottom line is, you know, that they should take very bold decisions in order to reshape the company. Because frankly, falling back to what was the company in 1999 or even worse is really, really very bad. So I think they're going to have to really establish a plan based on a very clear and realistic diagnosis of the situation and then address the challenges one after the other. Now, what are these challenges? How deep they are? You need a much more thorough examination of the situation of Nissan for me in order to give you some good advice.
Let's talk about some bold decisions, because as part of Nissan's restructuring plan, they are focusing more on cutting costs than making cars, something very different to your vision when you were at the company. How damaging could this strategy be in the future?
You know, you cannot be saved through cost reduction. You cannot. I mean, you can be saved only with good products, good technology, geographical expansion, fighting on every market, you know, against the toughest competitor. But it may have to start with what I call a cost reallocation. That means you reduce cost where you have money which is not giving you results, and then you put it into what's going to ensure your growth or your profitability. So the reallocation of resources is very important, but it cannot be limited to that. After the reallocation of resources has to be done within a strategy. This strategy has to be based on products and technology. And obviously, you're going to have people facing challenges and not running out of them.
Now, many automotive companies are facing huge uncertainty since President Donald Trump announced 25% tariffs on car imports to the US. What do you make of the US president's taxes, and how damaging could they be?
Look, this was not a surprise. The tariff was not a surprise. We know that you know, the U.S. market, which is one of the largest market, probably the second largest market in the world, was importing much more car than exporting. And this has to be balanced. The President of the United States decided to balance it by imposing tariff, which mean making importing cars a little bit less competitive in the United States. So you have to deal with this. This is a reality. You can't escape the reality. You cannot whine about it. You cannot just blame this or that. You just have to reassess your strategy of your sourcing strategy in function of that. And by the way, a lot of car manufacturers, particularly Japanese car manufacturers, are already reallocating their production, taking in consideration the tariff that have been imposed by the US president.
And how are US auto tariffs shaking the global industry? And are more job losses possibly on the horizon due to this?
Well, I think job losses are linked to the total market. Total market is still growing. I mean, there are going to be changes in jobs. There mean probably more jobs in the United States and less jobs in Japan, or less jobs less jobs in Europe exporting to it. But I think a car manufacturer is going to have to reevaluate their supply chain, and that's what they're doing, instead of, in a certain way, exporting to the United States from Japan or from Korea or from Europe. They are trying to build these cars in the United States, or eventually very near from the border of the United States, Mexico or Canada, in order to reduce the impact of tariff on their own product. This is a fair game. It is something that all car manufacturers have to face, including General Motors and Ford, because you need to remember that they have a lot of plants also in Canada or in Mexico or even in Europe, and they are shipping to the United States. So this is something that is hitting the whole industry. And in fact, the people who are going to be winning are the more nimble, the ones who are going to react fast, and they're going to do it in the most efficient way.
And looking at car production figures for 2024, China produced 31 million cars, more than 3 times the number produced by the US and about 4 times the number produced by Japan. Why is China dominating so much in this sector?
Well, China is a very interesting case. Some people say, well, China is the new Japan. You know, they remember what Japan was in the 70s and the 80s and even in the 90s. But in fact, China is very different. And it's very different because while Japan has imposed itself on the market by adopting the system and by trying to be competitive within the existing system of supplying the automotive industry with their own approach of Kaizen, which means continuous improvement, basing on quality, on reliability, on lean manufacturing, and a lot of cooperation between the car manufacturer, the suppliers, and even the government. China has a completely different approach. China is not trying to adapt to the system. China is trying to change the system, to adapt, to put in place a system that is more in line with their own interest and their own talent. So they are trying to leapfrog the technology. They became masters in EV, taking advantage of the fact that the Japanese or the Koreans or even the Europeans were late on EV. They've developed a lot of technology in batteries. They're developing a lot of software. They're creating an ecosystem, a digital ecosystem. So the Chinese are trying to change this industry to their own benefit. On top of this, they have a huge cost advantage that they are, in fact, exercising in all the market. And there is a very, very strong coordination between the government, from one side, the industry, the infrastructure, and the financial system. So it makes really China a very strong actor that everybody's going to have to deal with for the years to come.
And it's so interesting because I just hear you talking there about why China is dominating. And I think one of the big questions at the moment is who's going to win the AI race? Is it going to be the US or is it going to be China? So I don't know what your thoughts on that are.
Well, it is unclear for the moment. Obviously, the US has a clear advantage, but the Chinese have already shown that they are taking the challenge. They are investing massively. They have a lot of talents. You know, they have a strategy which consists to really compete against the US in all the fields. So for the moment, I would say the US is in advance, but I don't know how long this is going to prevail. The jury is still out.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, the rise of Chinese cars we've just been talking about has been a significant shift in global automotive markets, of course. But which countries do you think will be more affected by this? Would it be the US? Will it be Europe? Will it be Mexico, Canada, Japan? What do you think is going to suffer the most?
Okay, let me give you my opinion. The first market which is going to suffer the most is going to be Europe. And why Europe? Europe has a strong, very strong engineering, but they are very weak on cost. And Europe had the very nasty habit to base themselves on regulation versus market. They have been on and off on electric cars, they've been on and off on batteries, and this is really very bad and weakening the European car manufacturers. So I think they're going to be the first victim of the Chinese onslaught on this industry. Second come Japan. And why Japan? Because Japan has been very late on EV until now. Even though Nissan was the leader into mass marketing electric cars, they lost this leadership because they were not focused on it, while Tesla was really advancing very hard. And now, as you know, BYD. So the fact that they have lost the race, they are losing the race on EV is very bad from Japan. And on top of this, the Chinese are beating them on cost in all the export market. I would position in third Korea, then eventually Canada and Mexico. But Canada and Mexico, having been mainly manufacturing base for other car manufacturer or American car manufacturer or Japanese car manufacturer, may become a base for Chinese manufacturer in the future. So I would say the big loser, Europe, number one, Japan, number two, followed by Korea. And the United States will be protected because, as you know, there is a tariff which is going to be give much more time for General Motors, Ford, and Chrysler to react. And also because they have strong brands, particularly when we come to like commercial vehicle or pickup truck. The U.S. market the American market are still very strong.
And let's talk a little bit about Tesla, because you mentioned it there, and it's had a real wild ride this year. We've seen the stock decline, and now it's reached new highs. What do you make of Elon Musk's vision and his short-lived moment in U.S. politics?
Well, first, Elon is a formidable entrepreneur. Having brought Tesla where it is today is remarkable. But Tesla is facing a challenge that it was an innovative company, and it has now to transform itself into a hard car manufacturer, competing with an industrial system. And this is where they have a risk when they are facing a company like BYD, because BYD is a close second in terms of innovation and in terms of new things that they are introducing with the electric cars, but they have a formidable competitiveness when it comes to vertical integration, when it comes to cost competitiveness, and also when it comes to investing into the technology that matters for electric car, which means mainly the battery and everything around the software. So it's going to be a very interesting challenge and competition to watch between Tesla from one side and the Chinese maker from the other side, headed by BYD.
And you were actually the first person to run two Fortune 500 companies, Nissan and Renault, at the very same time. How is AI going to change the world, Carlos, that we live in now? And do you use ChatGPT? Because the big question right now is what is going to be the difference when it comes to AI and to the future and jobs?
Yeah. Well, first, I think, yes, obviously AI is going to take a lot of jobs away, but at the same time, it's going to create a lot of jobs on the side. This is a story that we have seen many times. This time it's much more radical, but I'm not very pessimistic about the jobs evolution. I think the job evolution is going to find its way through new technology, new discovery, new needs that AI is going to facilitate. What AI is going to change in terms of management is it's going to empower managers. That means today, the AI tool is going to allow people which are in management jobs to really have a much better decision-making, much better data in order to make these decisions, and frankly, a kind of sparring partner with which they can discuss. Obviously, the manager is going to always have to ask a question. He has to, at the end of the day, shape the strategy. So in my opinion, it's all positive in terms of management company and in terms of executive suites. But there's going to be some kind of job destruction from one side and a lot of job creation from the other side.
And you know something? I was just going to ask you a question. Do you think that there will be a driver's license in the future when we look to somewhere like 2050, let's say? Because driverless cars are really becoming a thing, but they're not widely used at the moment. So do you think someone like me eventually won't need to have a driver's license?
Yeah, you know, we have already a hard time making a provision for 2030, so you can imagine 2050, we are here in speculation. But let me give you my opinion. I think, yes, you will continue to need the driver license. Now, the driver license is not going to test what it used to test you in the past. It's going to be something very, very new, because even if you are into a robot taxi or in a completely autonomous car, you're going to have to be inside, or you're going to have somebody's going to have to own this product on the market. You have a problem of liability. So driving license or owning a car like this is going to require some tests to make sure that you're going to act safely and within the normal responsibility that everybody who owns a car needs to demonstrate.
I actually went to see one of those autonomous vehicles here in Dubai. They're absolutely fascinating, I must say that. But I still think, like you say, a driver's license is needed. And just another question looking to the future, and I want to talk a little bit about traditional fiat currencies. Do you think they'll still dominate, or do you think new currencies like Bitcoin, which is obviously gaining in popularity, will be the new normal?
Look, it's very hard to answer your question, but what is absolutely sure is that near the fiat currencies, you're going to have cryptocurrencies, you're going to have gold or silver. I think all of them are going to exist for different needs and to protect people in different countries. So I'm expecting a kind of rise of the popularity of the cryptocurrencies, obviously with up and down and crisis, and you know, it goes down then go up, but the trend is going to be up in my opinion. And look what's happening with gold, and each one of them has its own advantage. For example, one of the reasons for which gold is going up today is the fact there is some kind of defiance, not only from central banks in the world, but also from a lot of people across the globe against fiat currencies because of the indebtedness of the states and because of the difficulty that many important states in the economy have trouble to control their deficit. So people are a little bit scared. So some of them go to cryptocurrencies, but as you know, some people also are worried about cryptocurrencies because the cryptocurrency is a little bit virtual. So they like something a little bit more concrete. So they go to gold. So holding physical gold is probably something which you have no intermediaries. You're sure that is there, and you're sure you can be using it the day you need it. So my opinion, you're going to have all of this present, different needs, very, very difficult to try to imagine that in 25 years down the road, if one of them is going to prevail.
Yeah, it's so interesting because gold, of course, always been a traditional safe haven that people flock to at times of uncertainty. But I just want to turn our attention now to Lebanon, of course, where you live. How's life been treating you since you escaped Japan? And that was almost 7 years ago now.
Well, look, Lebanon is as you know, it's a martyr country, you know, under a lot of pressures from different angles. There is a financial crisis, there is an economic crisis, there is a social crisis, there is war on the border, there is a political crisis. So all kinds of crises exist in Lebanon. But beside that, this is a country which is beautiful, which has a lot of resources. It has a lot of talented people, unfortunately exercising their talent more outside the country than inside the country. So I think this is a country that when it will find stability, it will, rise. It will rise again. but nobody's able to predict when this will happen. One, concerning myself, I'm enjoying the good part of Lebanon. Obviously, I'm not involved into politics. I'm involved into social work to help people who are in need. But mainly, I'm staying on the side of it. And because I'm staying on the side of it, I can enjoy the beauty of Lebanon. I can enjoy the warmth of its population. I can enjoy everything Lebanon has to offer for not only its population, but also for the people who have the courage to visit it in these circumstances.
And you, of course, know everything about crisis management. Do you think you'll ever be involved in the political scene in Lebanon?
No, I would not be involved, but I said I would be ready to help any person who would be legitimately elected to a responsibility, as long as they ask for this help. I'm ready to put my own experience to serve the country, which hospitality has been great for me. I'm ready to do that. But involved into the political game, no, I'm not interested.
And do you think that Lebanon will ever normalize ties with Israel?
Well, I think that, in my opinion, yes, it will happen. Maybe not now, but it will happen in the future, because this is really a basic condition for Lebanon to rise again. As long as Lebanon is in a state of war and a state of conflict, it's going to be very difficult to see how people are going to be investing in and how the economy is going to be shaped up. I don't see how it has to happen. So we'll have to be patient to make sure that the stars are going to be aligned until peace, not only with Israel, but peace with Syria, peace with all the neighbors, peace in the region happens. So finally people take care of what matters, which is education, energy, employment, everything which matter for the citizens.
And Carlos, you've been ordered to stand trial in France next year alongside the culture minister over alleged corruption following a long-running investigation. You were, of course, the CEO of Renault. What do you make of these allegations against you?
Well, I have a difficulty to take them very seriously. Obviously, I'm not aware of all the investigation because I've been cut out of the file so far. I hope that one day they're going to give me the content of this accusation. But frankly, these accusations are based on two things: that this contract with Rashida Dati was secretive. I don't know how you can maintain a contract between a political figure and a large company like Renault secretive, because this person had to receive money every month. So you have treasury, you have control, you have auditors. She had to work inside the company. She contacted a lot of executives. So frankly, this allegation that it was a secretive contract, in my opinion, is not very serious. So hopefully we're going to be able to demonstrate it. The second one is they said that she was lobbying on behalf of Renault for the European, in the European Commission. She was a House representative of Europe, and there are 500 of them. And frankly, we didn't need one member between 500 to lobby for Renault. I was, I remind you, the head of the ACEA, which is the association of all the car manufacturers in Europe. So I had the European Commissioner directly online whenever I needed something. So it doesn't stand too much. And then the last thing is, whenever there is a crime, there is a benefit. So I was asking a very simple question. What was my benefit? If somebody benefited from these so-called crimes or alleged crimes, it's Renault. So how come that Renault is not in the box of the suspects or the accused, and I am dragged into this? The whole thing is very difficult to understand, but let's wait for the trial to see how this is going to be ending up. I think common sense will prevail, and I'm not very worried.
So you're denying the allegations against you, and you won't be going back for the trial, I'm guessing?
I analyze the allegation. Usually when you're being accused of something, you have to analyze them to see if there is anything substantial or anything that makes sense. And frankly, from what I know, everything I analyze, in my opinion, doesn't stand a real analysis that hopefully will be made by the judge. But let's wait and see.
So, Carlos, you are now effectively exiled to Lebanon thanks to an Interpol red notice seeking your arrest. And I always wonder, and a question I would like to ask you, do you feel like you are the victim or do you feel like you're a villain?
What do you think? But this is an easy question to answer. I'm a victim. I've said it from the beginning for 7 years. I'm not saying I'm a victim, but I'm illustrating it with facts and illustrating it with data. I'm illustrating it with witnesses. I'm talking a lot about this case. Obviously, not a lot of people are interested today. They are more interested into what I can give in terms of management and in terms of experience. But this case is going to have to be dealt with the legal system in France. Without any doubt, I was victim of a plot. I can demonstrate it, and hopefully somebody not only will listen to it, but also will be able to make a decision on it.
And your future, tell me a little bit of where you see yourself in the next 5 years. Do you think you'll still be in Lebanon? You're talking about people interested in your management skills. What are the future plans for you, Carlos Ghosn?
Look, that means my life in Lebanon, I'm happy with my life in Lebanon today. Obviously, I have a lot of opportunities to help and support a lot of people. Unfortunately, these opportunities are being handicapped by the fact that I cannot leave the country. And I cannot leave the country essentially because the Interpol red notice that you mentioned has been asked by Japan, and Japan is not going to release it because Japan usually after a red notice, because you are in a country which do not extradite their citizen, which by the way is not only the case of Lebanon, it's also the case of France or the case of Brazil, and I'm citizen of the 3 countries. Usually if you're really looking for justice, you transfer your file to the country where you are based in order to justice to be rendered. Well, a Japanese legal system dubbed by the United Nations hostage justice system is not going to do that, because if they do that and we really defend it in front of an objective justice system, they may lose face. So I have to look for other means to get rid of this red notice because I don't think a Japanese authority is going to be releasing it soon.
Carlos Ghosn, it was a pleasure to speak to you. Thank you so much for your time with me today.
Thank you.
I am Catalina Marchand-Abreu, and you're watching Arabiya English. From politics and religion to climate, war, and technology, 2025 was a year that reshaped the world and left headlines that won't be forgotten. In U.S. politics, starting with U.S. President Donald Trump, who takes office for a second term, setting the stage for high-stakes politics. Trump then appoints Elon Musk to lead the Department of Government Efficiency, which by May had cut staff across multiple federal agencies, including USAID. And in February, a fiery Oval Office meeting between President Trump, Vice President J.D. Vance, and Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky made headlines that resulted in Zelensky's abrupt departure from the White House.
You should be thanking the president for trying to bring an end to this conflict.
Have you ever been to Ukraine that you say what problems we have?
In global conflicts, in June, Israel attacked Iran's nuclear sites, sparking 10 days of escalating conflict. The USA further escalated the conflict by bombing 3 of Iran's nuclear facilities. And October brought a U.S. brokered Gaza ceasefire deal, temporarily halting the Israel-Gaza war. In religion, the Catholic Church mourned Pope Francis, who died at the age of 88 on Easter weekend. He was succeeded by Pope Leo XIV, the first American pope in history. In space, NASA astronauts Suni Williams and Butch Wilmore returned safely to Earth after being stranded in space for over 9 months due to spacecraft issues. In economy, Trump's Liberation Day tariffs imposed a 10% tax on imports, sending worldwide markets into a spiral, sparking international negotiations. And finally, to close the year, Netflix shook the entertainment world in December by announcing a major deal to acquire Warner Bros. For $72 billion, integrating HBO and major franchises. 2025 was a year that shaped our world and set the stage for what's next. In 2026, world news will be dominated by ongoing geopolitical conflicts, the accelerating impact of AI, major elections in key countries, and high-profile global events like the FIFA World Cup. While major news for Saudi Arabia in 2026, centering on Vision 2030, featuring significant economic shifts, updated real estate laws, and high-profile international events. Stay tuned for all of these major developments in the new year.
Here lies the homeland of the Khasi tribe, the largest remaining matrilineal society in the world. Its population is estimated at nearly 1 million people in India. Our travel team set out on a long journey. There, through small villages and narrow roads more than 2,000 kilometers from India's capital, New Delhi, to explore the nature of this unique society. We've arrived at Molinong village, or as its people call it, God's own garden.
I truly love this place so very much. I love it because it is a Maisi. In our community, everything, absolutely everything, is run by the women. For example, the household work and the farming. All of it is managed by the women.
We met Selsalitha, who told us more about being the youngest daughter in a family belonging to the matrilineal Khasi community.
Being in a matrilineal society is a privilege for us women. It gives us inspiration to do more and to contribute more to society. Us girls, we inherited the property of our parents and the business that our parents work also, like the business that they are currently working also, like we get that. Being the youngest daughter or being the only girl, here we get the privilege of getting all the property of the parents. So eventually you're gonna be rich because you inherit the lands, gold and everything. So yeah, maybe finding a good husband also. We get the help, get the support from the men also.
Even the surname also to our mother, like to the woman, not like other place in India.
Long ago, titles were passed down from the men. But out of fear that all our men might die in battle, which could cause us to lose our identity as a tribe, the tradition was changed after much thought. So the titles would pass through the women while the man would remain only the head of the household. After that, property also began to pass to the women.
The title goes to the mother. We don't come up so much. And other people know those who have the title to the father, they become rich. Because his man, he takes the responsibility to make his family come up.
Here, women hold power, property and wealth, raising many questions about the men's role. How do they view the matrilineal system they belong to? And what part do they play in it?
The structure of the matrilineal society is still going on very good. Actually, we support it.
We have been following this system for a long time, like in this, like in Khasi, and then in this village also. For me, it's like we have been following this tradition, so it's okay for me.
The Khasi believe that daughters are the continuation of the family, which deepens the community's desire to have many girls, unlike most other Indian society. Zam, like Sui Tabor, challenge female dominance. He runs an organization calling for the return of men's traditional roles.
Men are not really made or born to be like that. They're born to lead, they're born to control, they want to have authority on something. But he cannot be under authority of someone. So that itself hurts the ego of man. Till this date, as we have done some research, the lifespan of a general Khasi man is about 35 to 45 years age. Very low. Because most of them die of desperation. Most of them die of irresponsibility, we call. So his roles, his responsibility, his dedication is dispersed.
For women here, choosing to remain unmarried carries no social stigma at all. Many do so proudly, taking comfort in their independence. And in this place, it is often the husbands who move in with them, joining their families and their homes, rather than the other way around. The Khasi community holds firmly to its historical roots and traditions deeply tied to nature. Some of its legends reflect this matrilineal spirit. On our journey, Cecilia takes us to the Molinong waterfalls. Legends tell of a widow named Kalikai who lived near one of the waterfalls in the Khasi region. She had a beautiful daughter. After her husband's death, people urged her to remarry, to ease her burdens. She did, to a selfish, cruel man. One day, while Kalikai was away from home, the husband killed her daughter and cooked part of her body. When Kalikai returned home and discovered the horrific crime, she collapsed in grief and ran to the edge of the cliff, leaping into the unknown. Her story became a symbol of women's independence in Khasi culture and their refusal to depend on men. There are many Khasi legends like it, yet they do not conflict with Christianity, which most of them follow today.
Some Christians being, like obsessed or possessed by, some spirit or demons, okay? Or they've got some kind of, we call tarot, some black magic happening to them. Then they resort to the help of the traditional people. So sometimes it becomes, we call it a little bit sacrilegious. Now it's less that Christian will participate in all Khasi traditional rituals, very less now.
In the village market, we met the merchant Trinity, who sells small decorative souvenirs. She is the head of her household and fully supports her family, while her husband stays home and takes care of the children.
Khasi society, women is the head of the house. Yes, actually I am very proud to be in Khasi matrilineal society, because in our Khasi society we have responsible, even we women also, we have responsible to take care of our household. Anything we can arrange or we can manage all things, because in our society women also has more power, but the youngest one we get more property. All the inherits from parents' side, all the young only for the youngest one.
Out of the 100%, daughter will get like sample 70% and son will be 30%. More actually we give to the woman, because actually we men, we can work hard, we can work more also. So for women, actually those who are not illiterate, who are not going to school, who are illiterate, so they cannot work. My wife, she's not totally Khasi. Her father is Assamese and her mother is Khasi. Actually my wife, she take her mother's surname. She don't take her father's surname, though he's a non-Khasi also, but still she taken the mother's surname.
Those who marry our ladies, they enjoy, in fact, more than 200% of benefits. Property goes to the ladies, so whoever marry our ladies get the property. And the business they do in their wife's name. This trend is going through a dangerous phase, that I'm saying. Because if we continue to go in this manner, then one fine day, we will not find pure Khasis anymore. Due to mixed marriage, Khasi blood will be diluted.
The social independence women enjoy here, this doesn't mean Khasi women have unlimited privileges or total freedom. Parents still worry when their daughters travel or move away.
They allow us to study only in like the city, but then like for like the sons, like they will allow them to go abroad also. Like they do find it okay with it. But then us, like in the other hand, like us, like for the girls' child, they are more protective and also more, like, you know, more strict with them. So like, you know, most of the family here, like they don't allow their child to study abroad or to pursue the career like outside of Meghalaya or something like outside of India. Maybe because they're like little protective of their child. That's the main reason.
Poverty also plays a major role in limiting choices and lifestyles, hindering higher education for many girls and boys alike.
Here, young men and women do the same kinds of work. In earlier generations, the wife stayed at home and the husband earned a living. But in our generation, things have changed. Men now do household work, and women take on men's roles.
अपना business अपना चलाते हैं आप.
In our culture, women can take part in any job they want. There is no discrimination except for the local Kasi council, the Durbar. Although titles passed to the women, the Durbar, which sets the rules, fell under local men's authority.
The Kasi community is deeply interconnected. Men and women participate together in all village activities, local celebrations, communal cooking, and sports that last from early morning until nightfall.
Most of the villagers here are farmers. So in farming we have to contribute both men and women, like they go together to the field also for the field work also. Like both men and women can give their idea for the betterment of the family and for the betterment of the society also.
Here the young men and women also like participate the same role. Before, like the older generation, the wife always stay at home and then the husband like is the breadwinner. But then in our generation, like things change and then men do the household work and the women also do the men's work.
Everyone contributes and everyone shares the meal.
Today we are having this cleaning drive from Pongtung to Maulnong, which is 18 kilometers, and we are having all the way to Maulnong. And we are doing this each and every year. This is the 6th time we are doing this cleaning drive.
In 23, several local and international magazines named this village the cleanest in Asia, earning it national fame.
This is how we are doing the cleaning drive. And you can see the people are still cleaning and picking up the plastics, mostly the plastics. Right now we don't have any recycle plant in the village, but we are very grateful to the Shillong Municipal Board. We have to go, we have to dump over for the plastics.
It has since gained recognition among other towns and villages as a model to follow. Cleanliness here is a sacred ritual, cherished by the Kasi people, from young children to grandmothers, keeping the entire village spotless through collective effort.
For now, we just clean the village. We can give some advice for the other people also. So this is our daily responsibilities because it gives us health also if we clean the village. So other people also from the outside, the people from outside, so they will see us. They will get some advice from us.
They don't see it as routine work, but as a sacred, enduring part of their tribal life.
Most of the property right now, it's inherited by the youngest daughter, because they think that the youngest daughter will be the one who will be looking after the parents after they grow old. But then right now it's different. Some of them, youngest daughter, didn't have a good relationship with the parents, so the older daughter will look after the parents, right? So maybe the oldest daughter, the one who's looking after her parent, that daughter should be the one to inherit the property, right? I see, in my areas also, the one who look after the parents after they're old, that one inherit most of the property, like golds and land and houses, because right now things have changed.
The art of weaving, living plant roots into bridges, is unique to the Kasi tribe. It was created to span rivers. The entire community works together to design, manage, and maintain each bridge. A process that takes more than a decade, shared across generations. The young people caring for these bridges today will walk across them in the future. It's believed these bridges can last for hundreds of years, but will the Kasi traditions endure just as long?
As the organization are trying our level best to fight this head on, so that we say, even if a foreigner, even if a male from another community marries a Kasi girl, they should not give the title of the Kasi. They should give the title of that Kasi male or that male from the other community.
Matrilineal society, it will be different afterwards, but then matrilineal process will still go on. But then I think that some of them will also, like, as I've seen now also, like some of my friends like inherited the father's title, their father's titles. But then I think that this will go on and on in our state. I think it will go on for ages, and there will be difference here and there. I mean, there will be difference in sharing property and in sharing like the power in the household and in the society.
Something we have to adjust with the modern society. But some a little bit we have to adjust. Like I think this system will go on.
Changes regarding to the culture, and then the way of livelihood, the way of eating, the way of literacy. Actually, it's almost totally changed compared to like the old ages, like long time ago.
We hope women will come forward to join the village Durbar. We will work hard together to bring change to our community. Women and men can work in all fields, and they will do it well.
Everything will be changed because of this technologies also, no? Everything will be changed, but in our heritage, it will be the same, remain the same.
I think this society will stay forever. It will not change because every community, they have their own culture. It stays forever.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.